morning to a lot of you. As per usual, do not forget that this is a narration stream, assuming it is unvoiced. So if you don't like me or my voice, and you don't like me reading Girls Frontline 2 stories, then my apologies. I don't know, you can mute me or something, or go to another stream. Either way, let's head in. That was a pretty sick fucking OST right there. They never miss with these things, I swear to God. Anyway, let's see. Breaking Butterfly. After plunging into the gap between a bizarre encounter and the sweet dream, you discover that the mirror you dove into has shattered, its shards fluttering like butterfly wings. How will you escape in one piece? One Piece! Anyway. Let's see how long the story is. Oh, wow. It's sizably long. Virtual anniversary. Supply stages. Data consolidation. Oh, wow. Very cool. The flutter of silent wings leads to the shattering of illusions and rebirth. Can be used to change the corresponding weapon skin. A basic cores, all that jazz. Alright, good to go. Alright, let's begin. 1 week after Odessa's interim chief took office inside Hotel Suite, while the pall over Odessa has not yet dispersed, Kalina and the company are still scheduled to set out for Lviv. The group begins preparing for their journey early in the morning. Kalina is tidying up documents at her desk, while Lenna is hopping from foot to foot as she packs their suitcases. Okay, it is unvoiced. We can leave this boring old hotel at last. I can't wait to head for Lviv and see the commander again. Oh, I'm sure Colin feels the same way. Don't you, Colin? Kalina interrupts Leva's banter as her cheeks burn red. We're rushing to Lviv to pick up Helena ASAP. Also, your neurocloud needs an immediate deep examination from Persica. Yeah, that's her Colin for you. Everything she does is for the job. She definitely doesn't stay up at night, gazing longingly at the map. Yep, that's our sneaky little Callian. When she thinks nobody is looking, she secretly goes, Commander Stalking, I swear I didn't see anything. What? Why you... Kalina makes towards the sisters, intent on knuckling their heads. Lenna grabs Kalina and Leva's arms, pulling them all into a giggling group hug. However, the lighthearted mood doesn't last for long. A sudden transmission interrupts their antics. Director? After hearing Kruger's stern voice, Kalina gestures to Leva and Lenna before heading over to the floor-to-ceiling windows by herself. Leva, want to go buy some Odessian souvenirs afterwards? We got space in our luggage, so we can get something for the commander. Lenna kneels by a suitcase and waves merrily to Leva. However, Leva glances over to where Kalina is and lightly places her finger on her lips in a shushing gesture. Lenna gets her meaning and covers her mouth before lowering her voice. Oops, should we ask Colin too? She might want to buy something too. Lenna looks expectantly at Leva, but Leva merely looks at Kalina and gently shakes her head. The long call is finally over sometime later. Understood. I'll expedite the follow-up matters to the best of my ability. Frowning, Kalina hangs up the call with Kruger and sighs heavily. Lenna sidles up to her and places a concerned hand on her shoulder. How is it, Colin? Can we head out? Did Kruger secretly assign us a new mission since we're heading up to Lviv? Kalina sighs and ruffles Lenna's hair before turning to look at Leva. Sorry, Leva, but I don't think I'll be able to accompany you for that NeuroCloud module checkup. Huh? What does that mean? You mean you're going with us, Colleen? Leva shrugs, as though she's already anticipated this outcome. Is our dear Colin going to be left behind cleaning up the mess that the old fox left in his wake, by order of the director? Kalina smiles bitterly. The investigation into Chef Faben is part of it. On the surface, Zimmerman's just taken the seat of interim chief. Meanwhile, the Odessa Oblast government has issued several new ordinances today. As such, the director wants me to remain in Odessa as a representative of Namfa and facilitate the upcoming handover. So, I'm sorry, Leva. I was planning to head out with you once today's business was settled, but given the present circumstances, I'll be spending at least 2 weeks in Odessa. What's there to be sorry for? It's just 2 more weeks. Lenna and I can just keep standing by. No. I'll contact the commander again about the meetup. I don't want to delay your NeuroCloud examination any further. Leva, I want you to head out ASAP. I'll contact Persica about this. Yep. I'm all for Leva going for the checkup too. Besides, things in Odessa have stabilized, so I'll be enough to protect Colin by myself. Lenna happily hugs Leva. The latter simply ruffles Lenna's hair with a slight smile. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm going to stay. Huh? Leva, why? Colleen, you should understand, right? You drew a lot of attention during the Battle of the Big Bridge. Even if things have calmed down for the moment, you're still a representative of Namfa. That means the number of eyes on you is only going to increase. We can't afford to lower our guard no matter what. Besides, there are still those 2 mysterious third-gen dolls to worry about. I don't think Lenna could take them by herself if they decided to ambush us. Since you're not objecting, it's decided then. Let's just wait until the handover's done and we'll all go together. That way, none of us will be left behind. But as she looks at the worried faces in front of her, Leva suddenly bursts into laughter. Well, come on. Why are the 2 of you like this? Relax. I'm fully aware of the state of my NeuroCloud. The damage I took earlier won't affect my functionality. Delaying the diagnostic by a couple of weeks isn't a big deal, and I'll do my daily maintenance too. Then off you go to the repair pod, Leva. Since there's nothing going on at the moment, Colin will be fine with just me by her side. Lenna grabs her sister's arms to drag her away, but Leva reluctantly pulls away and places a hand on Lenna's shoulder. Okay, I'll go once I finish my task at hand. Once everything is done, Leva returns to her room and adjusts the pod, preparing for her daily maintenance regimen. However, she pauses halfway after hearing a rustling sound from behind her. Aren't you going to come out? Upon hearing Leva, Lenna pops her head out from behind the door and moves over to stand in front of Leva with a sheepish smile on her face. You noticing me, Leva? What are you doing being all sneaky-peeky for? Got something to say? I was just thinking... After muttering to herself for a bit, Lenna clenches her fist to gather her courage before looking up. I'm here to apologize to you, Leva. I shouldn't have kept your memory loss a secret for selfish reasons. I know how important UMP40 is to you, but in any case, I will never do it again. After saying that, Lenna lowers her head again, as though she's prepared for a scolding from Leva. However, all Leva does is raise her hand and gently pat her head. Got it. Well, since you already know what you did wrong, I suppose I'll forgive you just this once. Really? Leva? For some reason, Lenna isn't cheering up despite being forgiven by Leva. Her eyes are darting around the room. While Leva doesn't quite know why Lenna's feeling that way, she still picks up on her sister's uneasiness and pinches her cheeks. The Lenna I know wouldn't get hung up on such small things. Or are you saying you're still hiding something else from me? No, I never... Yep, I know. You wouldn't be bold enough to do bad things like that. Still, if there's nothing else, I'll be going into the pod now. Leva lets go with a smile, then turns to enter the repair pod. However, Lenna suddenly reaches out to grab her. Leva, wait, please. Lenna throws herself into Leva's embrace without any warning. Leva, could you stay a while? I've been really happy these few days while I was with you. What's the matter, Lenna? I never told Colin I'd be going off on my own. No, that's not... What I mean is, once your neural cloud is fixed, you'll remember. I know that she's really important to you, but I just can't help thinking that it would be nice if these things could just keep going on. Lenna's voice gets softer and softer. Leva can't see her face, but she senses an inexplicable unease radiating from Lenna. She gently pats Lenna's back. But I'll be here, Lenna. Or I'll still be here, Lenna. Don't let your mind wander, okay? Yeah, I know, but I'm just worried about you. Lenna nuzzles her fluffy hair against Leva's chest. A moment later, she looks up and tries her best to smile. I'm sorry, Leva. I shouldn't have let my imagination run wild. Right now, stabilizing your neural cloud is the most important thing. That means getting you into the repair pod ASAP and making sure you'll be all fixed up. Before Leva can reply, Lenna is already pushing Leva into the pod. After hooking up Leva, Lenna quickly leaves the room. As she watches Lenna leave, Leva gently shakes her head. That Lenna. Looks like I'll need to have a good chat with her after I finish my examination. And now... Leva closes her eyes and connects to level 2. In the blue environs of level 2, Leva floats lightly like she always does. System maintenance now in progress. Now scanning data. Scanning. Data. Scan. Data scan failed. Alert. System error. Alert. System error. Leva fires up the maintenance program again, but the ear-piercing warning from her neural cloud interrupts the code's functionality. System error. Operation terminated. System error. Operation terminated. Once again, Leva tries to reset the program, but the intense disruption from her neural cloud makes her body feel heavier and heavier, to the point where she can barely keep her eyes open. The weight crushes her, and Leva slowly opens her eye, or closes her eyes. However, a strange voice seems to be approaching her from the darkness. Leva! Is someone calling me? Leva! Wake up! You can't fall asleep here! Hey! Leva forces her eyes open as someone violently shakes her body, then a blurry form comes into view in front of her. Thank goodness, you're awake! Quick, follow me! The indistinct figure holds out an anxious hand, trying to drag Leva along with her. However, Leva stumbles back warily. Who are you? Why are you in my neural space? A shrill alert once again derails the train of Leva's thoughts. Insufficient system memory. Computation failed. Insufficient system memory. Computation failed. Quit standing around and follow me, Leva. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Her sprite looks amazing. The indistinct figure grabs Leva and drags her forward. Over here! Unable to shake off the hand holding her arm, Leva is forced to run along with the mysterious figure. After running for a while, they stop in front of a small room. This place is... Wait, what is this room? Why is there something in my neural cloud which never existed? What have you done? What's going on? I can't think. Don't worry so much about that. Quick, get in! Not seeming to care about Leva's hesitation, the mysterious figure pulls her into the room. Alright, you're safe now. Wait, this is... It's a place where you can rest and get all better, Leva. The figure interrupts Leva halfway with a snap of her fingers. Click. The room's door suddenly closes. Wait! Too late. Just relax for now and have a good nap, Leva. I guarantee that by the time you wake up, everything will be back to normal. As the indistinct voice fades, the floor below Leva's feet, which is composed entirely of solidified data, suddenly collapses. Damn it! I can't control my body. Leva struggles as hard as she can as she falls. However, the ghostly blue data around her is like an abyss, pulling her into unfathomable depths below. Soon, Leva's form vanishes from view, and the collapsed data surface returns to normal. That should do it. The indistinct figure seems to smile. She turns and begins looking around. More and more data fragments are coming into existence in midair, and more cracks appear on the ground. It's like this already. This place is a mess. Still, that's fine too. This is the perfect chance to make a big scene. That's strange. Oh, Lenna's here. That's strange. The maintenance should have been completed by over half an hour ago. Why hasn't Leva woken up yet? Leva? Leva? Leva pounds on the outside of the repair pod. But no matter how hard she hammers on it or tries to fiddle with its controls, the sleeping Leva does not respond. After her repeated attempts to wake Leva up mate with failure, Lenna finally gives up and runs to Kalina's suite. Kalina, come quick. I think something's wrong with Leva. The inside of Leba's lab is quiet. The only sound that can be heard is that of the repair pod. Leva is transported to Lebanese' lab, where Lebanese performs a quick examination, but any emergency measures she attempts prove ineffective. Lebanese immediately contacts Persica. Leva is currently lying in the repair pod, her eyes closed and unresponsive as she undergoes a remote data diagnostic. Outside it, 3 people are nervously eyeing a transmission screen that has been silent for far too long. Finally, after almost unbearable silence has passed, Persica finally stops banging on her keyboard and stretches. Alright. I get it now. Persica, what is going on? Yeah, is Leva in danger? Oi! Quiet down. I can't hear Miss Persica speak. Calm down and listen to me. Persica brings up a diagram showing the condition of Leva's neural cloud. The large number of bright red alerts on the screen are quite shocking. This is the current state of Leva's neural cloud. You see all the memory bars here? The ones that are flashing red? They're filled with junk from redundant data. Said clogging up her internal memory, which makes it unresponsive to commands. That's why Leva's not waking up. But why is that? Logically speaking, her redundant data should have been cleared away during her daily maintenance sessions. That's right. It should have been cleared away. However, this redundant data is a little special. You know there's an entity called UMP40 in Leva's neural cloud, right? Yeah? 40 was Leva's... Well, after 40 died during Operation Butterfly, Leva simulated her personality in her base layer, using her memories of UMP40 as a reference. Creating a virtual persona because she couldn't cope with the loss. That doesn't sound like something Leva would do. Still, Leva ultimately retained that persona. Since this additional persona eats into Leva's neural cloud memory, I configured UMP40 to act as a secondary computing core for Leva's neural cloud. That way the two of them can function normally. Also, I added a dedicated data clearing program so Leva can periodically remove the redundant data generated by 40. I get it now. Normally, Leva would have done this data clearing on a regular basis, but after she was attacked by that weird doll, Leva's neural cloud was damaged and she forgot about UMP40, as well as the fact that 40 generates redundant data. So now, Leva's neural cloud is filled with redundant data, which is why she's passed out like she blue screened. Wow. Huh. Well, that was a pretty accurate summation of the situation. Clever girl, Lenna. Indeed. The last time Leva used the cleanup program was the day before her neural cloud was damaged. That much is consistent with my current hypothesis. Well, now that we figured things out, the solution is simple. I'm going to use the program to clear the data, and Leva should wake up soon enough. Saying so, Persica begins typing rapidly, and the cleaning program can be seen running on the screen in front of her. The group goes silent as they watch the progress bar inch forward, and Leibniz carefully raises her hand. Miss Persica, there's a question I'd like to ask about what you said just now. What is it? You mentioned Operation Butterfly. What was that all about? And why did Leva and UMP40 end up involved with it? Oof. Operation Butterfly. Now, that's a topic that hasn't come up in a while. Why do you want to know? I heard some rumors saying that it involved Mr. Lyko, but I can't find anything about it in the records. Huh. And it's been over 10 years since then, but they're still keeping such a tight lid on it. A look of disgust crosses Persica's face. Simply put, it was a conspiracy designed to steal Lyko's legacy. The squad was sent into the Sangvis ferry main manufacturing plant in the name of conducting an investigation. Then, paraplurivirus was released by another squad, which would rewrite the neural clouds of the dolls taking part of the operation. So, Mr. Lyko's legacy was related to the OGAS system. Strictly speaking, it involved control authority over the OGAS system. In other words, it involved Elisa, the AI that Lyko devoted his life to creating. They wanted to control Elisa through Lyko. But, well, Lyko died, which made Elisa uncontrollable. Then, the paraplurivirus caused the dolls taking part of the op to end up under SF control, resulting in massive losses among the ops team. Leva was one of the few survivors. Persica glances toward Lenna as she mentions Leva's name. However, Lenna's not really paying attention to all this. Her head is lowered as she gazes intently at Leva with a worried look on her face. Leibniz, on the other hand, seems quite surprised. Miss Persica, is the paraplurivirus really that incredible? I mean, no other dolls out there use the OGAS protocol besides Leva, who refused to change her frame. It could forcibly rewrite its host OS into using the OGAS protocol, which was the cutting edge of technology back then. Mind you, that was 10 years ago. Nowadays... Persica's eyes flicker over to the monitor, and she begins typing at high speed again. Before long, she frowns. This is supposed to be a small issue. Why is it being such a pain? What's wrong, Persica? Is there a problem with Leva? It's not much of a problem, but the neural attack she was hit with earlier caused Leva's own data to get jumbled up with 40's redundant data. Now, neither of them is responding, and the clearing program I'm using might end up causing additional damage to this blended data, so I got to manually clear it away. But that's way too inefficient. The most ideal solution would be to reset Leva's OGAS system. If you get rid of UMP40's data, that would also remove the issues plaguing Leva's neural cloud, the source... No! You can't! Lenna, who has been spacing out until just now, rushes over to the screen and frantically waves her arms. Leva would never agree to getting rid of UMP40. Leva was already in a lot of pain after forgetting 40, and I don't want to see her suffer again. I knew you'd say that, Leva. You're right. Leva has been so insistent on preserving her neural records of 40 over these years. She even refused to change out her frame. There's no way she'd ever agree to do what I suggested just now. I simply mentioned it as a possibility. Therefore, to quickly fix Leva's neural cloud malfunction, we need you, Lenna. Me? I can help Leva? Yep, you're gonna enter Leva's neural space and manually clear the redundant data. It's the quickest and most precise method we have. Really? Then what do I need to prepare? I'll head out right now. Can I go now, Persica? Good girl. Just let me finish these settings first. Oh, And there's one more thing you need to do, besides clearing the redundant data. Priska pauses. There's a rare look of uncertainty on her face. Based on the calculations from the current logs, Leva ought to have had excess memory left over. Even after factoring in a fairly fixed daily increase of redundant data, she should have been able to continue functioning, which doesn't match up with how she suddenly enters sleep mode. Are you saying there might be another problem with Leva's neural cloud? There might. Well, whatever it is, we'll only be able to tell once we check it out. I hope the worst case scenario won't come to pass. And that would be resetting Leva's OGOS system. I doubt anyone here actually wants that, right? So, yeah, Lenna has a lot on her plate right now. You can handle it, can't you, Lenna? Priska shoots Lenna a meaningful look, but Lenna seems distracted by something else and only responds when Priska calls out her name again. Of course. You're acting like a test machine that's out of RAM. What's on your mind? I was thinking, since Leva forgot 40, and we don't know what happened to those neural records, then wouldn't it be terrible if something happened to that data? Well, it's hard for us to determine what's going on from the outside. Maybe it's junk, maybe it's become junk data, maybe it's mixed up with the junk data, but either way, you'll have to take care of it once you go in there. You can take care of it, right? Of course, no problem. I'll do a good job for Leva's sake. Now then, let's go over your mission again. I'm gonna enter Leva's neural space, clear the redundant data, then figure out the hidden reason behind her comatose state. Is that it? Yep, the entry program has been properly configured. Are you ready? Lenna clenches her fist, then she smiles at Priska through the screen. Yep, I'm ready. Let's begin. This time, I need to protect Leva's members of UMP40 and report another. They gotta stop fucking doing that. I keep forgetting to mention it. And the bug reports. The most precious thing in her heart. Alright. Ew. Alright. Well, let's go. Blue is the color of calmness and rationality, a color as serene and lovely as Leva herself. That's what Leva's neural space ought to be in Lenna's memories. But right now, all she can see are ruined structures and sinister robots wandering in all directions like rogue marionettes. Multicolored data fragments floating everywhere in the space, colorful but creepy. How did Leva's neural space end up like this? Leva, where are you? Leva? Leva? The neural space's owner is nowhere in sight, and Lenna can't help shouting her name all around. Alerted by Lenna's shouting, a pack of machines in the distance snap their heads in her direction. Lenna frantically cowers behind a piece of rubble and sends a transmission to Persica. Are you seeing this, Persica? What are those creepy things? Yeah, I see them. The redundant data you need to eliminate are those creepy things over there. I didn't expect it had accumulated to this extent. This is troublesome. Oh, then what about Leva? I don't see her anywhere. Is Leva alright? If you can't find Leva, that's probably the fault of the redundant data. I don't think she has enough processing power to respond to you. Try again after getting some of those redundant datas. I've already granted you the necessary permissions. Alright, I'll get to it. Oh, yes. While you're clearing the data, try searching for UMP40 too. Do you know what she looks like? Yep. Leva used to have me around when she chatted with 40 in her neural cloud. I'll be able to recognize her if I see her. Good. According to data scans, she should be nearby. She's always in Leva's neural space, so maybe she knows what happened to Leva. You should try enlisting her help too, by the way. The transmission ends and Lenna rises behind the rubble, taking aim at the wandering robots. Sometime later. Whew. Those sure were a lot of those robots. I hope Leva's feeling better now. Still, I didn't see 40 anywhere. Where is she? Lenna looks around worriedly from where she's standing in front. Oh. Right now, hold on. Lenna looks around worriedly from where she's standing in front of a pile of scrap robots. Just then, she hears another pack of robots moving nearby. Right after that, she spots a small black figure suddenly slip out from among them and run straight toward her. What is that? Ooh, be careful! Lenna quickly sidesteps and avoids the figure that's headed right for her, but when she looks up to study the newcomer, Lenna is startled. A little girl is looking back at her, head tilted and smile on her face. Hi! Hey, you there, who are you? Her face is like a doll's. Oh, I wonder if this is the thing I had to fight like a couple months ago. Her eyes are gold and exceptionally bright when contrasted against her pale white skin, to the point where their brilliance is a little scary. Lenna feels a chill run down her spine as the eyes hone in on her. She unconsciously raises her gun and takes a step back. You, who are you? Why are you in Leva's neurocloud? But the girl does not answer, only tilts her head. And then, as the girl laughs, a pack of robots charge directly at Leva, or Lenna. Oh, you. You're all twitchy. Alright. I can only bring 4, so... Let's bring... Do I want to cheese this with AK-15? I don't know if I want to. Oh, let me close this. Here we go. I'll bring her.
效果满分.
I'll not use her for now. Let's just bring a bunch of electric units. Is anyone here running Lainie? Nope, no one pulled her just yet. It's fine, I just use these two. There's a special condition in the stage Fog. On a foggy stage, the attack range for enemies and allies were reduced by 2 tiles. Oh, interesting.
感觉不错.
Is there a tile where I can hit both? Yes. There we go.
是白笑的声音哦.
Ah, you bitch ass motherfucker. Come here.
不再逃避. 束手无情.
By the time Lenna finishes wiping out the creepy robots, the girl has already vanished. All that remains are more weird robots wandering in the distance. Huh? Did she get away? Lenna looks around, a concerned expression on her face. This is just too weird. Why is there a little girl in Leva's neural cloud? I've never seen her before. Could she be a transformed piece of redundant data? Or is she a virus left behind by that weird doll? I'll just ask Persica. I'm sure she'll know. Lenna calls Persica, but there's no response from the channel, which had been clear until just now. It's not getting through? Did the signal cut off? No way. Did my camera get damaged during the battle just now? Lenna carefully examines the device, but doesn't see any obvious malfunctions. I have no idea what's going on. Nah, forget it. Maybe it's just because of the redundant data. Let's keep cleaning out those robots. Lenna raises her gun again. Soon, she wiped out all the creepy robots wandering in the vicinity. As her surroundings quiet down, Lenna's attention is suddenly drawn to a strange sound. What's that noise? Lenna looks around for the source of the sound, and her eyes soon walk into a pile of scrap robots in the corner. Through the abandoned metal hunks, she can make out something struggling in there. That's where the sound is coming from. Lenna looks again carefully. She makes it a familiar face framed with light gray hair. Is that Leva? Lenna sprints over and digs through the piles of machinery, doing her best to excavate the doll that pinned underneath them. Leva, what are you doing in there? Leva, huh? A sudden embrace interrupts Lenna's words, then she hears a cheerful voice thanking her. Nope, guess wrong. But, thank you so much for just now. Thank you so much for just now, Lenna. Huh? Eh? Lenna's face immediately falls. She carefully extricates herself from the hug and looks at the doll before her, who looks almost like Leva, before pouting. Oh, it's just UMP40. Oh, don't look so disappointed. I might not be Leva, but we're still sisters, right? Oh, look at her. Plus, I know that your number one concern is how Leva's doing. You are here for Leva, right? Lenna's eyes immediately light up. Yep, she suddenly shut down, so I came to help Leva clear up the data in her neural cloud. 40, you and Leva share this neural space, so I'm sure you know where she is, right? I'm sorry. I haven't been able to communicate directly with Leva because of the redundant data, and I can't pinpoint her location either. But if you want to know what happened before this, there's nobody who knows better than me. Upon hearing this, Lenna grabs UMP40 tightly. So, what happened? Why was there an abnormal spike in the amount of redundant data? Why did Leva go to sleep mode ahead of time? And who is that weird girl? UMP40 senses Lenna's anxiety and gently pats her hand. Calm down, one at a time. Basically, I've been monitoring Leva's neural cloud ever since it got damaged. She stopped talking to me ever since then. At first, I thought it was because she was busy with stuff. A week ago, I found there was an abnormal surge in the amount of redundant data in Leva's neural cloud. I tried to ping her with an alert, but she completely ignored me. It was then that I realized that she had forgotten pretty much everything about UMP40, and that she had written off my previous alert as a glitch in the system. At first, I thought it would be okay to wait a few more days. After all, the situation in Odessa took priority. Plus, Leva's neural cloud was working fine. I figured you and Colin would make the time to deal with it, and if all else failed, there was always me. But things, spiraled out of control. UMP40 gently touches her forehead, seemingly in regret over the previous events. All that redundant data slowly fused together into weird robots and began running wild in Leva's neural space. They were aggressive, too, and they were inflicting more and more disruption on her neural cloud. I didn't have clearing permission, so all I could do was try my best to investigate the situation in her neural space and find a way to contact you guys. But then, a girl suddenly appeared in her neural space, and she commanded the machines to attack me. My data protection ability was limited, and they soon surrendered me. Well, at least until you showed up. Saying so, UMP40 flashes Lenna a bright smile. So, I really owe you big time, Lenna. I don't know how I would have gone away from those hunks of junk if you hadn't come to help. Huh? What? Lenna freezes up and then pouts in mild embarrassment. You're welcome, I guess. Anyway, I was doing all this for Leva. It's just that Persica happened to mention you were nearby, so I thought of looking you up to understand the situation. Well, then I'll have to thank Persica too. So, what else do you want to know about Leva's situation? Oh, yeah, what's with the little girl? She ordered the robots to attack me too. Do you know anything about that, 40? I have no idea where that girl came from. However, her attack methods seem very similar to those weird robots. Maybe she was spawned from the redundant data too? Still, that's just a guess on my part. We'll need Persica to verify the details. Have you contacted Persica yet, Lenna? I did, but after finding that pack of robots, communications with her were cut off. Like this. Lenna shows UMP40 the empty transmission window on her communicator. Oh, I can't believe this is happening. Could this be caused by disruption from the redundant data? Huh? Junk data can mess with comms too? Oh, yeah, the data's taking up Leva's computational space, which is limited, and they're also crowding up the transmission channels used for communication. Persica just happened to have cleared away some of it while you were first sent in. That's why your transmission back then managed to go through, but the redundant data is still growing. And now, her computational space has been filled up by an excess of redundant data again. Oh, I see. Well, in that case, we better hurry up and clear out the data. We need to get in touch with Persica ASAP. Lenna reaches for UMP40, but the latter shakes her head. No, I don't have clearing permission right now. If you're the only one clearing it, you won't be able to match the rate at which the redundant data grows. So what should we do then? You need to start by eliminating the sources of data. The sources? Upon seeing that somewhat confused expression on Lenna's face, UMP40 claps. A simple pen and paper sketch that looks suspiciously like a map appears in midair. UMP40 points to several big bouncing red X's on the map and looks at Lenna. Ta-da! This is what I found while scouting Leva's neural cloud. There are several abnormal data modules inside Leva's neural cloud. They're like well springs that keep generating all that unwanted data. You might be able to stop the generation process if you get rid of them first. Also, I get the feeling that Leva might be near those sources. Really? You can sense that too? Lenna looks suspiciously at the messily scribbled diagram that looks like some kind of Voynich manuscript knockoff. Why do you have that doubtful look on your face? It's really demoralizing. It just looks like the map is really sketchy. I mean, this concerns the safety of Leva's neural cloud, so I obviously need to treat this matter seriously. We're Leva's only hope now. What if we go to the wrong place and delay her rescue? You won't go wrong. I've been in Leva's neural cloud for so long, so I know a thing or two about how it works. You know, like how sisters have a mental link. What? Are you saying sisters should? Are you saying sisters should have a mental link? Then Leva and I. Did you say something, Lenna? No, it's nothing. Oh yeah, mental link. Of course, Leva and I have one of those. You know, mental link things. Yeah. Although I don't really feel anything right now. You're so cute, Lenna. In any case, we don't have any other choice since we can't contact Persico right now. So just follow my suggestion, okay? We can't afford delays given Leva's situation. Lenna hesitates for a moment as she thinks about Leva and how her whereabouts are unknown. She looks into UMP40's sincere eyes and squeezes her communicator before finally nodding. Alright, then tell me where those god damn it.
完美，这次莱亚姐应该会夸我的吧？嘿，当然，指挥官的奖励也要有哦。
She says, alright then, now tell me where those data sources are. Very cool. I need some water. Dreamscape blind spot. Hide reality where none will see it and remain in a phantasmal dream. Oh. Neural undertow. The unnatural data flows hides a link to the past. Aperture of memory. This rapid memory domain is the home of the fallen. The darkness before her is fading away as she hears a muffled voice speaking to her. 40. Thanks to you and 45 for your hard work. I didn't expect something like this to happen during Operation Redacted. 40? Yep, and thank you for your help, Colleen. If not for you, 45 and I would probably be ash by now. Colleen? You're welcome. You two were essential during this mission. In any case, just get some rest. She hears the door close and a sound of footsteps fades away. This Colleen has left and her surroundings are quiet again. But who's the 40? And what's this Operation... I'm assuming that's Operation Butterfly. Her neural cloud is in chaos. Leva decides to stop thinking and pours her strength into opening her eyes. Oh! Her old outfit! Oh my god! That is cool as shit. Before she can finish speaking, an unfamiliar doll has already pounced on her, arms wrapped tightly around Leva. Ah, thank goodness you're up, 45. I thought you'd never wake up. She's even wearing your... Oh my... Look. 45? Hearing that name confuses her even more. Leva gently pushes the unfamiliar doll away, and the latter releases her embrace before looking at Leva with a smile. Still, I'm relieved now that you're awake. We made it through the butterfly incident. This calls for a celebration. Leva looks doubtedly at the face before her, so similar to her own. What were you talking about just now? What was that incident? And who are you? Huh? The familiar yet alien doll leans in closer as her eyes go wide. She reaches out to touch Leva's forehead and studies her intently. Were you out for so long that it broke something in your head? It can't be, right? You fixed all your damage. A moment later, the doll suddenly smacks her head. Could it be that data was lost? I'm 40. UMP40. UMP40. That name seems to spark a bitter reaction in her neural cloud, but Leva can't recall anything. None of this makes sense. What exactly is going on? Leva decides to keep probing for more information. That operation you mentioned and that incident just now? What happened back then? It was all super dangerous. We infiltrated the plant together, but then we ended up being attacked by SF forces. I was badly damaged and almost destroyed. I told you to run first, but you said something about I'll never let you go and dragged me out of there with all your strength. Fortunately, we ran into the Griffin support team. The commander saved us and brought us here for emergency repairs. My repairs finished first, but you were unconscious all this time because your neural cloud was damaged. Fortunately, you woke up. Otherwise, I don't know what I'd do. With a pained expression on her face, this doll slowly raises her hand and gently strokes Leva's left eye. It is then that Leva realizes there's a scar there. Ah, this is where you got hit by a stray bullet when we were withdrawing. Persico said she couldn't face it right now because she was out of necessary parts. Oh, this is fucked up. Because that scar came from M16. Did that hurt? I'm sorry. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. This UMP40 sprite has stars in her eyes. And the UMP40 that talks with Lenna does not. Oh, that's weird. As she looks at the apologetic look on the doll's face, it triggers in a strange emotional signal in Leva's neural cloud again. Before she realizes what she's doing, she spreads her arms and hugs UMP40 tightly. Oh, it's alright, 45. I'm really okay this time. UMP40 gently pats Leva's shoulder. As she feels UMP40's consoling touch, the abnormal emotional signal in Leva's neural cloud slowly calms down. After releasing her grip on UMP40, Leva looks around curiously. The clean room seems a little odd, but strangely familiar to Leva. She tries searching for similar records in her neural cloud as well as details about what UMP40 just said. However, all she finds are vague and indistinct images. UMP40 seems to sense Leva's silence and sidles up to her again, a concerned expression on her face. What are you looking at, 45? The view outside the window? The sun today is great, so I opened the curtains to let it in. Is it too glaring? I'll close the curtains if it is. Yeah. Leva nods slowly, but then reaches out to stop the other doll from drawing the curtains. It's alright. This is fine. I'd like to feel the sun myself. This is okay? Alright, you're the boss, 45. 45. Hearing that name again fills 45 with confusion. Why are you calling me that, 40? If I'm not wrong, my name is Leva now. Oh, I knew it. There was data loss after all. Leva was an alias you used during the operation. You don't need to use it anymore now that it's over. Is that so? Sure is. If you're not used to it, then I'll call you 45 a few more times. 45, 45, 45. Used to it yet? Yeah. Look, 45. It really is a sunny day today. I love the sun so much. The gray-haired doll stretches lazily as she soaks up the sunlight. For some reason, seeing the other doll relaxing in the golden rays is strangely soothing. It seems like she's felt this relaxed before, but when was that? Was it 10 years ago, or... Just as UMP45 tries her best to recall the past, UMP40 suddenly grabs her with a merry expression on her face, like she's suddenly thought of something. Oh, yes. Griffin's holding a party to celebrate our successful rescue. All the guests were issued pretty dresses. That means you too, 45? Dresses? The word interrupts UMP45's hazy thoughts, and she looks hesitantly at UMP40. The latter reaches out a finger and gently strokes the bridge of UMP45's nose. A very pretty evening dress. I already had you measured for it. I'm sure it'll fit just fine. Thank you. You're welcome. Also, feel free to ask me anything you want. It seems you've been hesitating this whole time, and I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. I just wanted to know. Where are we right now? We're at Griffin, of course. This is the Griffin dorm, and apart from the repair pod, you've been here all this time, 45. What about Namfa and Colleen? Why is Colin here? Colleen? Are you talking about Colin? Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't introduced you to her yet. Colleen is the commander's adjutant. Ever since the rescue op, she's been taking care of various tasks in Griffin. She's super reliable. Still, what is this Namfa thing? I've never heard of it before. Is it a management department of Sangus Ferry Manufacturing? No, it's not. I must have remembered wrongly. UMP45 shakes her head and avoids the other doll's searching gaze. The latter merely ruffles 45's hair and laughs in a consoling way. Don't worry, 45. Persica said that your neural cloud took a lot of damage and some data segments might be unreadable, so you might feel a little confused right after waking up. But that's okay. It'll get better by itself after a while. So stop brooding about it on your own and come with me to the celebration party, okay? A lot of our friends will be there. Who knows? Maybe your neural cloud will go back to normal after you see him. And besides, if you go try on the dress now, you might be able to get changed or altered if you don't like it. You can't do that if you're too late. The doll's smile is like a tranquilizer that makes UMP45 smile too. She gets up and nods to her. Yeah. After hearing her reply, the other doll happily grabs UMP45's hand. Just as the two of them are about to step outside, the room's door suddenly opens and another familiar figure rushes in. Huh! 45! Persica says she managed to successfully reboot you. Are you alright? Oh, 9's here too. Before UMP45 can reply, UMP40 has already reached out to put an arm around UMP9's shoulder. 45 and I were just going to try on our dresses. Well, why don't you join us, 9? Let's pick out something nice for 45 to wear. A dress? That doesn't suit me. Heck no. I'll make sure... Oh, god fucking damn it. That was the last one. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. They keep fucking this up. Why do the... Heck no. I'll make sure I'll choose the perfect dress for you, 45. Let's head over right now, 45. I can't wait. God, that keeps happening. I keep forgetting it does because I'm so immersed in it, and then suddenly, boom, it fucking hits me like a fucking truck. Alright. Lenna looks around as she follows UMP40, but the more she sees, the more she feels something is wrong here. 40, don't you think that Leva's neural cloud looks really weird right now? Huh? Does it? Of course it did. Of course it is. Those fallen tables, chairs and umbrellas, the burst balloons, and these electric lights without power? None of them look like they belong in Leva's neural cloud, don't you think? Huh? Now that you mention it, it does seem a little weird. Okay, by the way, I was tripping. I can see the eye pupils now. They do have the stars. Wait, was I tripping? Hold on. Let me scroll all the way back. Okay, never mind. I've been tripping this entire time. This is what happens when I stay up for like 20 hours. Okay, they've had stars in the pupils. I'm retarded. My bad. UMP40 comes to a halt and closely studies the colorful facilities amidst the ruins. The neurospace's interior looked normal before I was attacked. Is this because of the redundant data's influence? It's probably more than a simple influence. Now that I look at them, it looks like this place was deliberately modified to look like, well, an amusement park. See, look at that pointy tent over there that's full of holes. It's a carousel, isn't it? I don't think Leva would ride a carousel in a neural cloud for no reason, especially when the carousel has such creepy horses. Lenna reaches out and gestures to a pointy tent in the distance. UMP40 looks where she's pointing. Although the conical tent is in tatters and the carousel horses are eaten through with rot, it definitely is a carousel. Countless data fragments afloat in the dark sky above the tent, slowly spinning in mid-air like a windstorm. Oh, that doesn't look like something that Leva would like. Perhaps that girl altered the neural space? After all, human kids are like amusement parks. That said, this carousel looks like really weird too. Why are there so many robots around it? What? Huh? UMP40 focuses on the windstorm, brings up her diagram, then suddenly grabs Lenna's hand in surprise. Lenna, come with me. That carousel is the first data source we're looking for. Once we get rid of it, we can stop the redundant data in this sector from growing. UMP40 drags Lenna over to the carousel, but almost immediately she hears a loud crash in the distance. The light strip encircling the carousel turns on, barely managing to light up the surroundings. And so, Lenna and UMP40 get a clear view of the slowly moving robot horde around the carousel. In addition, they see a little girl pull the switch on the carousel, trying to command the robots to play with her. Spinny horsey, I like it. Everyone come play with me. The girl mounts one of the carousel's horses and happily flails her arms. However, the dilapidated horse does not move, and the surrounding robots can only approach her, fruitlessly jostling each other. After waiting stiffly for a while on one of the horses, the girl hangs her head in dejection. Horsey broke. Nobody wants to play with me either, huh? Suddenly, the girl looks up and scans her surroundings, as though she's noticed something. New friend? Oh, shit. Did she spot us? Before UMP40 can reply, the girl has already jumped down from her horse and studies the visitors in the distance with wide eyes. New friends, come play with me. The girl excitedly runs toward the two of them. Behind her, the countless robots surrounding the carousel pour toward the dolls as though a floodgate had been opened. Ooh. I guess kids really do like amusement parks after all. Lenna, I'll let you clear away all the surplus data. Leave it to me. Hello. It feels like it's been forever since last night I fought beside you, Lenna. Yep. Let's get rid of the source of all this data together. If you're having a hard time, just leave it to me. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? It's just such a shame I can't use her. I wish they gave you trial dolls, just for the fun of it. Well, can't be helped. It doesn't take long for Lenna to clear out the robots surrounding the carousel. After seeing that the guardian robots are gone, the little girl nervously hides behind a carousel horse and shakes her fist at UMP40 and Lenna. You chase everyone away. You're bad. I hate you. I'm not playing with you. Lenna, quick. We need to catch her. UMP40 frantically beckons Lenna over, but before Lenna can approach, the girl has already darted away, racing off like a frightened rabbit. Oh, she's gone. How did she run that fast? Never mind. We'll get a chance to catch her eventually. The most important thing right now is to get rid of the after effects of the data source. Look over there, Lenna. UMP40 happily pats Lenna on the shoulder. Lenna looks around and her eyes go wide with surprise. As the robots vanish, the darkened sky turns a clear blue and data fragments floating in the air vanish like melting snowflakes. The previously ruined carousel is restored to pristine condition, strings of colorful lights adorning its canopy and pillars, sparkling brightly around the multicolored carousel horses. Oh, wow. I guess it would be okay for Leva to play around with a carousel like this on her break. It looks like a really nice carousel. Want to give it a try, Lenna? UMP40 approaches the carousel and studies the control panel with curiosity. Then she pulls down hard on an activation lever. 40, be careful! Before Lenna can finish, the carousel starts moving slowly. A warm and cheerful melody fills the air in tune with the whirling of the carousel horses and the sparkling of the lights. Amidst the music and the lights, the segment of a neural lurker slowly come into view before Lenna's eyes. A gray-haired doll is standing by the firing range, her head hung low in dejection. Another gray-haired doll walks over and waves merrily to her. Oh, hey there, newbie. Oh, Commander. Greetings. Wow! Another sprite! I'm gonna start putting these in like another spoiler. They have so many outfits going on right now. I've never seen Leva make that face, ever. Well, in GFL 2 at least. Cut out the formality and come sit down. And do I look like a commander? Never got that before. Don't tell me you're also a T-doll? Is it weird? Maybe I'm just too expressive. That's pretty much the only good thing about me. But anyway, I'm a new recruit just like you. Guess we'll have to take care of each other. Sure. And, thank you. No biggie, we're companions, so we have to cheer each other up. The cheerful doll smiles as she sits down on the bench beside the range, graciously consoling the doll who's feeling down because of her poor shooting scores. Your posture, reflexes, and accuracy all show that you don't have any advanced fire control system installed. That's why you must not force something you physically can't do. Don't take it too seriously. There must be a job where you can make use of your strengths there. Sorry, but haven't you figured it out yet? I'm just as useless as you. Here, check out our imprinted weapons. Our clouds may have been wiped, but we're the products of the same hapless factory. Really? Then you also... That's right. I, too, have a bunch of weird electronic warfare modules installed for whatever reason. So, I can't hold a gun properly either. But what a coincidence that I ran into you while I was strolling around. I'm UMP40, your elder sister and name, and by fate, I'm sure to have your back. As the music and lights fade, so does the scene that Lenna is watching. The firing range is filled with merry laughter and is now empty. The lights die, and the carousel horses slowly grind to a halt. The dolls fade away like waking dreams, leaving only a single bullet lying quietly on the ground. Before Lenna realizes what she's doing, she's already bent down to pick it up. What I saw just now, was that Leva? I mean, was that 45 and the real 40? Yep, that's what happened the first time they met. Leva looked totally different than how she is now. I had never seen her like that before. She was like a totally clueless rookie, just like how I was when she first met me. No, she was even more timid than me. What happened to Leva to make her like she is now? She was already different by the time she met me. Was that because of 42? Confused, Lenna turns to look at the UMP40 beside her. As a simulated persona patterned after the real UMP40, her face and expression are almost the same as the UMP40s from the neural records. Did Leva change because of 40's encouragement? Kind of. In that case, did Leva become what she is now because UMP40 disappeared? The simulated UMP40 persona does not reply, but her silence is answer enough. The reason why UMP40 is so important to Leva is because of that past, which is forever beyond her reach. I knew it. No wonder I couldn't compare to 40. After all, it was 40 who supported Leva when she needed it the most. Lenna unconsciously hangs her head, but a cheerful voice cuts through her dejected thoughts. Right. Enough playing back those records. You look more depressed than 45 did back then, Lenna. But Lenna, UMP40 cheerfully taps Lenna's shoulder and then points to the bullet in Lenna's hand. I actually have some good news about Leva. Want to hear it? What, huh? Do you still remember how Leva forgot about 40? Thing is, we both saw those records just now. That proves the neural records about Operation Butterfly and UMP40 aren't actually lost. Those records were lost among the redundant data after they were damaged. That's the reason why Leva forgot it. Therefore, if we clear the data quickly, Leva might be able to get those memories back quickly too. Huh? Really? I think so. In that case, Leva will... Lenna, can you hear me? The sudden call interrupts their conversation. Lenna looks down and sees that a long silent communicator is finally blinking with an incoming transmission. Persica! Oh, thank goodness, the signal's finally back. Lenna, have you found 40? How are things on your end? Lenna quickly describes this current situation to Persica. Oh, I can't believe something like that actually happened. And there's a weird little girl, too. Now that's interesting. Oh, yes, let me examine that bullet you found. Analysis complete. I've figured it out. This bullet contains the neural records from the first time Leva met 40. Huh, in that case, the situation is exactly like what I guessed. Earlier, when that mysterious doll attacked Leva in the Gerard server room, she didn't directly destroy that information about the butterfly incident in 40. Rather, she just destroyed the resource headers which pointed to that information. Therefore, Leva technically hasn't forgotten 40 because all the forgotten files are still in the mess that is Leva's neural cloud. If you keep clearing the junk data away and fixing the loopholes in Leva's neural cloud, you'll be able to find these fragmented neural cloud records and put them back together again. See, Lenna? Turns out it was like that all along. Huh? Lenna, what are you... Beside her, Lenna is grabbing her head in frustration. I just saw a part of Leva's past that she didn't want to discuss with me. Does that count as violating her privacy? What if Leva finds out? What if she gets mad? Oh, come on. You're her beloved little sister. There's no way she'd be that petty. Really? But Leva never told me about 40 before. Is it really okay to keep watching these records? Lenna looks a little uneasy as she scratches her head. Look, right now resolving the malfunction on Leva's neural cloud takes priority. Yep, you might not want to do it, but you've got no choice. Don't worry, Lenna. If Leva does get mad, I'll speak up for you, so don't worry. UMP40 pats Lenna's shoulder in a consoling manner. Thank you, 40. I know what you're getting at. While I've always wanted to hear Leva tell me about this in her own words, her safety is the most important thing right now. I'll do my best to clear the data no matter what stands in my way. Lenna nods, and then she clenches her fist tightly as though to reaffirm her resolve. So, what should we do next, Persica? Keep searching for the data source of the 40. It's the most efficient solution we have. I've already compiled the statuses of the data sources I can detect into a new map that I'm sending to you now. You can consult it for your future movements. God, I just realized we're going to have to eventually get to the point where Lenna has to watch 45 just fucking execute 40. I really wonder how that reaction is going to be like. That's great. And UMP40 is going to have to watch it as well. Although she probably has seen it, probably. This map is way more accurate than my hunches. Well done, Persica. Let's head out right now. Calm down. You should take this too. The sound of keys clicking is audible over the transmission's audio feed. When the clicking stops, a small object falls from the sky and hits Lenna squarely in the forehead. Oh, hey, what's this? Curious, Lenna studies the strange object in her hand. It's a small device that looks like an emitter of some kind. Not only is it a lurid color, there are two incredibly distinctive buttons on it. Lenna presses the first button, but nothing seems to happen. What the fuck? Is it broken? The tracking program isn't active yet, so the button isn't functional. Try the other one. Lenna presses the other button. Ping! There's a bitter scent, and then a brown beam extends from the emitter's front port. That smells like... Is that coffee? Ugh, it even feels like coffee. Doesn't having a coffee go perfectly with visiting an amusement park? The signal emitter is a tracking program I custom wrote just now. A tracking program? Yeah, didn't you mention encountering a weird girl earlier? Next time you see her, tag her with the emitter. This tracking program will automatically attach itself to her data and analyze it. Once the analysis is complete, we'll know what created her. Hit the other button and you'll be able to track her location. It sounds pretty useful, but it's kind of twisted. Anyway, if there's nothing else, 40 and I will be heading out. Leva's still waiting for us. Actually, there's one more thing. 40, do you feel like you're being affected by the redundant data? Me? All that useless data takes up Leva's computational space, which affected comms between Lenna and me. Since you were always resident in her neural space, you're kinda... I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Persica. I'm running just fine. I'm not feeling any interference at all. Oh, well, in that case, just focus on clearing data first, I guess. Once the amount of redundant data reaches a certain level, new data will override the old. Lenna, you need to keep that from happening. Otherwise, you'll never be able to recover Leva's neural records. Got it! Lenna nods earnestly to Persica, then she turns to look into the distance of the neural space. I'll make sure I keep Leva safe. I won't let that happen to her.
完美！这次莱娅姐应该会夸我的吧？嘿嘿，当然，指挥官的奖励也要有哦。
3 A's in a row. Okay. I'm gonna grab breakfast real quick because I am hungry as fuck. I was starting to feel that. So I'm just gonna let Amiss dinner. Be right back. Alright, back. Back to the grind. 15-minute breakfast. My boss will be proud of me. Alright, here we go. No more lunch, or breakfast really. Back we go. LS1-3, the Gala's light blurs the boundary of time. As night falls, 40 and 9, both dressed in evening gowns, escort UMP45 to the ballroom. Yep, I knew this purple dress would be perfect on you, 45. It's just that you look great in anything, 45. Yep. UMP45 smiles faintly after hearing the two of them praise her. The smooth purple silk feels very familiar, and it makes UMP45 feel nostalgic, but also a little, suspicious. Has she ever worn a dress like this one before? However, each time she tries to remember the past, her neural cloud grows indistinct, like misted glass, especially when she tries to recall data regarding that details regarding that operation. Why are you spacing out, 45? Shouldn't we be heading in? Hang on. UMP45 grabs UMP40 as the latter is about to enter the party venue. 40, can you give me a couple of minutes? I have some things I want to ask you about that mission. What do you want to know, 45? From what I can remember about that operation, only you and I took part, 40. Why was the commander there, and my neural cloud? Now, why are the two of you standing in this doorway like scarecrows? Is someone's neural cloud so badly damaged that they're too scared to step through a door? Before UMP45 couldn't finish, a cold voice interrupts her question. UMP45 turns and sees the owner of the voice. It's a long-haired doll with a cold demeanor who's sizing her up with an icy look in her eyes. Dude, imagine if they actually brought back her original outfit with the beret. God, that would have been sick. But I guess we'll have to make do. Beside the doll is a white-haired doll who is also wearing a dress. Her eyes are closed in almost slumber, and she's wobbling on her feet as though she's going to keel over and curl up on the floor at any moment. Well, it's better to have gotten neural cloud damage than not to be allowed to take part in the op at all. Isn't that right, 416? This is strange. The doll's face is very familiar, but UMP45 can't recall her name. Just as UMP45 frowns while thinking, the closed door to the venue hall suddenly swings open and Colin steps out. Oh, 404 is here. 404 is here too. Colin greets the white-haired doll in a familiar way and smiles at the three UMPs. I haven't introduced them to you yet, 40. These two are elite dolls from Squad 404, 416, and GRG11. The Squad 404 provides support for operations, and they took part of in this operation. It was thanks to their help that you and 45 were saved. Also, after the operation ended, Squad 404 officially accepted employment from Griffin and they've joined us. It's very likely that they'll form a new team with you and 45 for future ops. I invited them here today to take the opportunity to inform everyone of the news. After Kalina finishes her introduction, 416 looks at UMP45 and raises her chin arrogantly. Do you understand now? It's not like 404 are trash you don't deserve to set foot on the battlefield. Still, you don't need to thank us for helping. After all, protecting weak teammates is part of an elite doll's duties. Huh. Was that what really happened? UMP45 eyes Kalina and 416 suspiciously. For some reason, the way they were talking just now filled UMP45's heart with a strange sense of wrongness. However, UMP40 doesn't seem affected at all and instead smiles brightly at them. Huh, so that's how it is. Then I need to thank 416 and GRG11. If not for you, 45 and I would really have been done for. Since we're all going to form a new team together, I'll just wish us all the best in becoming the most cohesive and well-coordinated team. You don't need to wish for it. It's a foregone conclusion. Faced with UMP40's dazzling smile, the white-haired doll pulls away in a somewhat unnatural way. After that, she grabs the other doll who was already snoring loudly on the ground and strides into the venue hall. Before she leaves, the white-haired doll turns back one last time and fixes UMP45 with a cold stare. Just a reminder, since you have neural cloud damage, you should take some time to get your frame in order instead of rushing back to the battlefield. 404 isn't going to come save you again if you end up dragging your teammates down. With that, the white-haired doll drags GRG11 away. UMP40 slightly slaps UMP45's shoulder as though she guessed the latter's thought. Huh. Well, 416 might have an acid tongue, but this is her way of showing concern. Is that so? Do you know her from somewhere, 40? Oh no. Well, I just heard about her from 9. Isn't that right? UMP9 smiles and hugs UMP45 before nuzzling her. Yep, 416 has always been awkward. Don't take what she said to heart, 45. Hi, 9. By the time we walk in, that's enough standing around, like dorks for now. I'm sure there's lots of delicious grub in there. I can smell it already. UMP40 and UMP9 each grab UMP45's arms and push her into the venue hall. Inside the lively venue hall, UMP45 sits down on one side of the spacious sofa, enjoying delicious food with the dolls around her. There's already a huge pile of food on the table for her, but UMP9 is still running excitedly back and forth across the hall, setting out new dishes in front of UMP45. Oh, this is good too. Try some, 45. Yep, and this drink is really yummy. Have a glass, 45. Spas 12. Everyone was really worried when you heard you got hurt during the mission. How do you feel now, 45? Are you alright? The original Sprite! Wait, what? That's hilarious. They didn't even redesign her. Thank you, everyone. Dolls are milling back and forth inside the venue hall. From time to time, people approach 45 to greet or speak to her. Someone has started a board game in the center of the hall. It draws the attention of many people, including UMP9, who runs over excitedly. As she watches the bustling hall, UMP45 is slowly infected by the lively mood in the air. She leans against the sofa and slowly relaxes her body, allowing herself to sink into its softness. Maybe this isn't so bad. While her neural cloud is a little confused and some of the data doesn't conform exactly to what she knows, everyone is very nice and she has UMP9 and 40 to keep her company. As the thought crosses her mind, 45 looks to her side. Sensing UMP45's gaze, 40 raises her glass of fruit juice and flashes her a winning smile. After that, UMP40 suddenly waves in front of her. Kalina, who is wearing a suit, approaches and sits down beside the two of them, and she raises a hand and gently ruffles UMP45's hair. How do you feel, 45? Not too noisy for you, is it? Your neural cloud was only fixed recently, just after all. Kalena's smile reassures UMP45. However, as she looks at Kalena's professional-looking suit, a strange feeling rises inside UMP45's neural cloud again. Is Kalena supposed to look like this right now? But if not, then how should she look? 45 feels like she ought to know, but she can't find the right records in her neural cloud. In the end, 45 decides to set these unexplainable doubts aside for now. Thank you for asking, Colleen. This place is quite lively and it's very relaxing. Perfect for a patient like me. Also, I need to thank Griffin and 404 for supporting us during this operation. You don't need to thank Griffin or me. 40 is a real hero here. Kinda looks at 40 across from 45 and smiles. If 40 hadn't managed to shake off the control of the blank virus and kept it from spreading, the Griffin dolls would have been in greater danger. He probably wouldn't have made it out safely. The virus? What's that? Colleen? What did he just say? Kalena's voice seems to fade into indistinct static, and UMP45 can't make out what she's saying. She unconsciously grabs Kalena's arm, but before she can ask further, Kalena has already changed the topic. Speaking of which, 40 and 45, I got some good news for you. Oh, what are the surprises you have hidden up your sleeve, Colleen? We all think that coming back safely from the operation was an incredible feat. Therefore, in order to celebrate your safe return and reward for 40's contributions to Griffin, the commander has decided to give you both a special reward, a month-long super vacation. A super vacation that's a month long? Wow! 40 hugs 45 and begins jumping around in excitement. Hey, does that mean 45 and I can go on holiday? What did someone say holiday? UMP9, who was playing a board game off to the side, hears the commotion and excitedly squeezes over. Are you going on holiday with 45? 40? Can I come too? UMP9 looks eagerly at Kalena, but Kalena merely smiles and ruffles her hair. I'm sorry, but I have other work for you, 9. Oh, alright then. If you're going to go on holiday with 40, then make sure you take lots of pictures and share them with me when you get back, 45. Don't you worry, 9. We'll take extra for you too, won't we, 45? Yeah, we will. So, have you decided where you'll be going for your holiday, 40? Do you even have to ask? We're going to the sea, of course. The sea? Upon hearing that word, UMP45's smile freezes upon her face, perhaps a long, long time ago. What's wrong, 45? I remember that a long time ago. Someone once told me about the sea. That person said... Ah, that was me! Annoyed, 40 thwaps 45 on the shoulder. I told you that after we finished a training session a while back, I said I wanted to go on holiday to the seaside and soak up the sun. Did you forget, 45? Did you? I can't find those records in my neural cloud. Well, I guess it can't be helped since your neural cloud was damaged. Maybe that memory was among the damaged bits? Oh, that's right. Tell me about your vacation plans too. I can't possibly be the only one who had the idea of going to the seaside, right? Holidays don't come by often after all. What about you, 45? What do you want to do during your time off? Yeah, a month is a long time. What do you have in mind, 45? Hold on. Kalena looks really off. I think it has to do with the eye bags. Because she normally doesn't have those, I think. Wait. Or is this just an expression that I've never seen? No, hold on. Something's wrong with me. Maybe I'm UMP45. Something doesn't feel right about the sprite. The eye bags are there normally, but wait, I'm getting weirded out now. What's wrong with me? Me. Confronted by 40 and Kalena's smiles, UMP45 can't help but think. If it were me... The party is still going strong in the venue hall. 45 is discussing her vacation plan with the other two people in front of her. However, the lights overhead grow brighter and brighter while the music playing over the hall's audio systems grow louder and louder, turning into a melody that's familiar to 45. The lights are so bright now that they almost washed out 40 and Helena's faces. In its blinding field of white, she sees that indistinct figure once again. 45! It's time for target practice! Yep. The indistinct figure radiates a soothing scent of sunlight. UMP45 nods and reaches out to it. Huh? 45, what's wrong? The light and music suddenly fade away and the indistinct figure vanishes. 45 finds herself holding on tightly to UMP40's hand. 45, are you alright? Do you want to go back to Persica's for a checkup? No, there's no need for that. I'm fine. I just thought of something I wanted to tell you all of a sudden. 45 lets go and lightly shakes her head. You and 40 are so close. Of course we are. 45 is my sister after all. We're each other's most important person, right? 45 laughs cheekily as she pats UMP45's head and leans on her shoulder. Record load error. Please reload. Record load error. Please reload. Please reload. Her neural cloud seems to be generating a continuous, uninterruptible string of errors. However, 40 and Kana's smiles in front of her are as warm as they ever were, to the point where it feels like the good times will last forever if she returns them with a smile of her own. 45 ignores the errors in her neural cloud and smiles, leaning back on a UMP40's shoulder. Yeah. 40 and I were the best sisters ever. Oh, dude. Did 9 see that? Oh my god, if Lenna saw that shit, she must be like dying. Backtrace 2. Revisit the source where the cracks and fog intertwine. Lenna's attack causes several of those creepy robots formed into the redundant data to vanish into the fog that fills the amusement park. Segment after segment of indistinct neural clouds flicker into existence in front of Lenna's eyes and then vanish. After barely dodging the ordnance exploding around her, 45 immediately spins around and launches an elbow strike, dropping the approaching enemy to the ground. Meanwhile, the assault on her neural cloud is still going on. She is forced to weave through the ruins, looking for a safe corner when she can bring her computational power to bear. These enemies seem pretty tough. Need a hand? One body isn't enough for 2 neural clouds, is it? You can skip the thoughts and prayers. Hey, I'm just trying to cheer you up. In any case, let me know if you don't have enough processing power, okay? Yeah, thanks. Under the somewhat dim light, Leva looks down at the brand new name card in her hand. Leva. Affiliation, Non-Military Forces Administration. You got a new name and a new identity. How does this feel to say goodbye to 404? Like a weight's been lifted from my shoulders. I finally managed to dump that huge burden onto her. You don't need to keep it from me, you know. I know exactly what you're thinking. Relax. It's just a change of leadership. I know how much 404 means to you. I'm sure she and Lenna will understand. Yeah, leaving 404 to her, that was the right choice. Oh, she's gone. Lenna reflexively reaches out to touch Lenna and the fragment, but it completely vanishes before she can make contact. Disappointed, she lowers her hand and turns to look at UMP40. Are those really things that happened to you and Leva in the past inside her neural cloud? Every single one. The first scene must have taken place in battle. I can't believe Leva could chat so casually with you in such a tense situation. Leva was actually really nervous back then, but the talking helped her calm down. It was the same when she was leading 404. She was really concerned about everyone in 404, but she had to take a step back for the sake of her ultimate goal. It was the right choice to make, but not an easy one, so I should try to show my support at least. As she listens to UMP40 state all this in a matter-of-fact way, Lenna's head droops in dejection. I'm a horrible person. I'm Leva's sister in name. The truth is that she's the one who's been always taking care of me. But when Leva truly needed my support, I didn't notice at all. I couldn't help her. Don't say that. Leva was always happy and relaxed when she was around you. Was she? But I want to become someone Leva can rely on. Well, you do know that there's only some things you can do, right? Only you can do, right? For example, you can always help her with communications and support. Also, you can provide help when Leva's in an emergency situation, like what you're doing right now. She does rely on you quite a bit, you know. Really? Leva relies on me? Lenna's head suddenly snaps up. 40 chuckles as she sees the expectant look in Lenna's eyes. Of course she does. And it's not just right now either. She's been doing that for a long time. Remember when your neural cloud core got damaged? Oh man, she went totally ballistic. She might not have said it out loud, but she most definitely cares about you. Leva. As she thinks back on the past events, Lenna gently balls up her fists and nods vigorously. Yeah, you're right. You're right, 40. Since Leva has so much faith in me, I can't let her down. I need to do my best. Let's get going. Our next destination is... Let me check the map. The map, which ought to be displaying the location of the data sources, is currently shrouded in a thick fog, reduced to a grainy static. The map is not showing anything? Is it a data error? Can I look? UMP40 takes the map from her, but despite flipping, spinning, and otherwise manipulating it, nothing happens. Upon seeing this, Lenna opens a comm channel to Persica. This is weird. I'll just ask Persica directly. Hey Persica, are you seeing that? However, the only thing that she hears over the channel is a busy tone. The communications panel on the screen does not respond no matter what Lenna does. How are these happening? Are our comms down too? Is the redundant data jamming up in rotational space again? Oh, why now of all times? Looks like the redundant data is accumulating faster than expected. Fortunately, I can roughly sense the location of the data sources. It isn't as accurate as to what Persica can do, but it's still usable. I guess that's our only choice. Still, we need to hurry and make up for lost time now by not having enough information. Shh. 40 suddenly makes a shushing gesture. Something's approaching us. Clackety clank, clackety clank, clackety clank. As the noise approaches, countless creepy robots step out of the fog and loom into view. I can't believe there are so many of them. It doesn't matter. I was gonna wipe all you out anyway. Yep, I'll help too. Are you just gonna evacuate everyone? That's fine. Oh, even this guy? He's cute. Okay.
等待指令。
I need 4 people in this stage? God damn it. Okay, I'll bring Zhang Yu.
交给我吧。
And I guess I'll bring Sabrina.
噼里啪啦，
I mean, she was there in the flashback, right? Oh, and there goes my way of trying to,
打不着。
I mean, it'll be fine, right?
被提拔了。以正义的名义，会长心吧？依照相关条例，你被捕了。
Do I need to evacuate this guy? Does he not move? Alright, I guess not.
我超强的。我超强的。
We're fine. Let me splash a couple of water tiles up in here.
看我新发明，
There we go.
打不着。
会长心吧？
看我的，超强的！
会长心吧？以正义的名义，
多谢，要小心哦。展现改装的成果。
We're fine. Later. Lenna weaves nimbly through the robot encirclement as she fights. Ugh, less talking, more doing, 40. The number of robots here is increasing. Sorry about that, but I don't have clearing permissions, do I? I'm trying to draw the enemies away from you. 40 points at several small shapes among the robot horde from where she's hiding behind a piece of cover. The Goliaths are moving among the robots and distracting them under UMP40's commands. May not be able to do much damage, but they're messing the battle situation up at least. Over here, over here. 40? Are you sure they're doing any good? All those robots are still chasing me. Lenna points behind herself, where one of the Goliaths UMP40 sent out briefly draws the attention of robot's attention, but they soon change targets back to Lenna. Huh? Why are they doing that? Lenna looks over at UMP40, who only just realized what is going on and shrugs helplessly. Looks like it's up to me after all. I got an idea. 40, work with me here. Having just shaken off her pursuers, Lenna suddenly turns around and plunges back into the robot swarm. The robots pivot to follow Lenna's movements. Meanwhile, she nimbly leaps off on top of a Goliath that UMP40 is steering. The robots gather around the Goliath, but just as she's about to be fully surrounded, Lenna jumps into the air again and yells, "Blow it, 40!" Following the loud explosion, the robots attempting to surround her are blown to bits. Lenna raises her gun and engages the remaining ones, cutting them all down in a hail of gunfire. Despite quickly eliminating the robots, Lenna doesn't stop. Instead, she sprints toward yet another Goliath. 40, over here. Got it. Thanks to Lenna and 40's coordinated efforts, the creepy robots surrounding them are soon wiped out. As she watches the countless fragments disappear, 40 skips over excitedly. Well done, Lenna. That truly was a brilliant plan. It was just a flash of inspiration. Leva's the amazing one. But you were amazing too. Saying so, 40 smiles and raises her fist, waggling it at Lenna. What's this for? Well, we ought to celebrate our first joint victory with a fist bump. Huh? A very similar scene overlays itself from what you see. A long time ago, beside a firing range, it seems the pair of dolls encourage each other in a similar manner. Lenna takes in UMP40's sunny smile and extends her own hand, bumping it against UMP40's. Here's to jolly cooperation. Yep, nice working with ya. She can feel a warm sensation through her touched knuckles. As Lenna withdraws her hand, she can't help but smile. Didn't Leva do this with you in the past? I feel like I've gotten a little closer to Leva now. Sure did. It's how we cheer each other on. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, it feels like Leva's here right now. For some reason, I feel totally full of energy. 40 happily squeezes her fists and looks around. Suddenly, she claps her hands in surprise. Hey, it seems the fog has cleared up by quite a bit. Lenna, let's go. Yep. Lenna nods, but just as she's about to follow 40, something comes to mind. Oh, right. Don't you think something was weird just now, 40? What do you mean? You were doing your best to distract the enemy during the battle just now, but the robots were all focused on me, as though they knew I was the real fighter. Are those data monsters really that discerning? Huh. Now that you mention it, it does seem pretty strange. Let me think. Oh, I got it. Maybe because I'm part of Leva's neural cloud data too? Maybe these machines regard me as an ally. After all, I am basically a huge source of redundant data. Still, that's just a guess on my part, since we can't confirm it with Perska. However, we can try observing the movements of the robots in upcoming battles, and if it really is the case, we can put that plan of yours to good use. That's right. I'll pay more attention to that going forward. Oh, and one more thing. 40 grabs Lenna with a somewhat apologetic look on her face. I couldn't help much in the battle just now because I didn't have clearing permissions. After all, Leva used to clear that data by herself and I never asked for it, because I was afraid of deleting data she wanted to keep. But things are different now. At this rate, it'll just end up affecting the recovery of Leva's neural cloud. So, please request temporary permissions for me once you can contact Berserka again. That way, I'll be able to help you clear in battle. I'll be able to help you in battle. Sounds like a plan. Still, that's only if Berserka gives it all a clear. It'd be really bad if we deleted Leva's data by accident. Of course, and besides, I'll be relying on you until I'm allocated those permissions. I'll cover you though. Yep, leave it to me.
完美，这次莱娅姐应该会夸我的吧？嘿，当然，指挥官的奖励也要有哦。
Is this a second data source? Lewis stops by a set of ruins. Lenna stops as well and surveys her surroundings. The creepy fog still in the air along with data fragments. A twisted, towering steel frame is faintly visible through the drifting fog. Is that a Ferris wheel? Ugh, why is it so chilly? Maybe we should call it a Scaris wheel instead? I mean, the queue is filled with those weird robots. Hey, look, that girl's there too. 40 points at the center of the robot horde. A petite black form is sitting in a half-open gondola, idly kicking her legs and singing quietly. Da da la la. Her ethereal voice drifts on the wind. The countless robots surrounding her contort their body in time with her song, as though they were dancing to the melody. However, the stiff contortions of these steel beasts don't add an air of warmth to the scene. Instead, they just make the entire scene that much more bizarre. Ugh, that's just gross. It looks like those data monsters are actually obeying her. Yeah, that's not totally suspicious at all. Where does she come from anyway? Why don't we go figure that out right now? You got that, whatchamacallit, that emitter that Persica gave you, right? Well, Lenna takes out an emitter and hands it to 40. Huh? You're giving it to me? The robots we met along the way didn't attack you, right? That means you've got a better chance of getting through to the room and getting to the girl. I'll help you draw off the robots while you go in. Oh, I see. That's really smart, Lenna. UMP40 accepts the emitter, and the two of them are carefully circled around the ruins until as they move toward the girl. Lenna suddenly comes to an halt when they're about 10 meters away from the outer edge of the robot crowd. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. And with that, Lenna opens fire as she rushes toward the gathered robots. Hi, over here, you rust buckets. Drawn by the gunfire, the robots promptly surge toward Lenna. With the robot's ranks greatly thinned by Lenna's distraction, 40 takes the opportunity to dash toward the girl. However, the girl seems to have detected her beforehand. She ignores Lenna's attack and runs straight toward UMP40, and then she throws herself at 40. Yay! What the fuck? 40 frantically stumbles back. Then she sees the girl tilt her head in confusion. She points to herself and then at UMP40. Family, we play okay? Huh? What? 40 goes stiff. When she notices UMP40's confusion, the girl raises her hand again and points at Lenna. That one. She's bad. Let's beat her up together. What? I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. Come with me. Play with me. Beat her up with me. With me. The girl walks toward UMP40, her long hair dragging on the ground. As she looks into those golden eyes, 40 stumbles back in panic, as though she's forgotten the entire reason she came here in the first place. Lenna, who's distracting the robot, soon senses something is wrong. 40? She's not moving. Did something happen to her? 40 isn't moving, even as more and more robots gather behind her. Lenna can't avoid turning around, which draws the robots toward the girl, and then she shouts at 40. Hey! 40, you good? Push the button, quickly! Sorry about the distant voice. 40 vigorously shakes her head and takes a step back before raising the emitter and pushing the button. Ping! The dark brown beam soaks into the girl's dress, forming a flower-shaped pattern. As the brown color spreads, several rays of light shine, turning the girl's body vaguely translucent. Ooh! The girl stumbles back in panic. Then her head jerks up. Her eyes are wide as she glares at 40, her hands flailing angrily. Oh, you're with her. You're bad too. I won't play with you anymore. Beating time. Wait, I'm not. The girl doesn't wait for 40 to reply and stomps the ground in frustration. In response, the ground begins to shake violently. 40, what's going on? I don't know either. 40 and Lenna look around nervously. A huge shadow is moving within the swirling clouds of dust that are everywhere. Something big is headed our way. Look out! We start to evacuate. Okay. It'll do.
交给我吧。
被提拔了。以正义的名义，会长心吧？依照相关条例，你被捕了。
感觉不错。是白笑的声音哦。嘿嘿。我超强的。锁敌。注意，要小心哦。
I'm very surprised that Zhang Yu didn't fire. But at the same time, I think I know why.
以正义的名义。
要小心哦！我超强的。
被提拔了。以正义的名义。
3，不许动！让开，看我的！嘿。
After a long battle, Lenna is ultimately unable to stop the huge robot from closing in. As Lenna runs away from it, she twists back to open fire. However, even the hail of lead she lays down doesn't slow it down in the least. Damn it. Just how am I supposed to scrap this big hunk of junk? Where's its core? Is it in the chest or... There's cover here. This way. 40 calls Lenna over as she struggles to find a usable passage amidst the ruins. As Lenna runs, she turns back to look at the huge robot every so often. Oh, maybe it's on top of his head. Lenna rapidly scales a pile of rubble that happens to be in front of her. Leveraging its weight, she launches herself at the towering machine. Alright, got it. There it is. While holding onto the robot's flailing arms, Lenna flips through the air and lands neatly on its massive shoulder. Right after that, a hail of bullets rains down on the machine's core. However, they only leave a small few dents on its thick outer casing. The huge robot instead seems angered by Lenna's attack and begins shaking itself violently. Grat, grat. Woo! As the robot twists itself back and forth, Lenna is sent almost flying. She is forced to hang on for dear life to a protrusion on the robot's shoulder. Here it comes again. Look out, Lenna. What? The robot begins twisting around again and begins its massive steel arm down on Lenna's location. Unable to escape in time, Lenna is forced to try and slip between the joints of its shoulder while avoid being squished. Lenna! Whoa! Hang in there. I'll try to think of something. UMP40 looks around frantically. Several Goliaths are moving in between the rubble, trying their best to hold off the attacking robots. Right, I'll go with that. Come on, boys, this way. 40 snaps her fingers and rushes toward the giant's robot's feet. It raises a foot to try and stomp her, but 40 deftly evades and rushes toward its other leg. The Goliaths follow UMP40 and rush the giant robot as one, completely surrounding it. And now, 3, 2, 1, bang! Several explosions erupt at once. The giant robot shakes violently as the countless parts begin falling from its body. Lenna takes advantage of this brief respite to jump down from its shoulder and disappear into the nearby rubble. Grat, grat, grat. Without a target of attack, the giant robot turns around in confusion. A moment later, it leisurely strolls off into the fog. Are we safe? After seeing the giant robot leave, Lenna gets up and looks for UMP40. When the Goliath went off just now, she clearly saw 40 being blown away into the distance by the explosion's shockwave. Sure enough, she finds 40, face down in the pile of rubble. 40? Lenna rushes over to help 40 up, brushing away the dust covering her body. Are you okay? With Lenna's help, 40 slowly gets back up. I'm fine. What do you mean, fine? Just look at you. The shrapnel's cut you up. You're hurt everywhere. 40 can't help but reach out to pat Lenna in a soothing way. I'm fine. All these are just simulated reflections of data damage. It's okay. It'll all heal up in a little bit. But that's too risky. What if you get damaged in a way that doesn't heal up? Leva would be sad if anything happened to you. She'd be so hurt. 40 raises her hand and flicks Lenna on the forehead. Leva would be sad if you got hurt too. And besides, you're the one to talk, seeing how you just tried to jump right onto the head of that big lug without any regard for your own safety. Is there a mosquito in here? There's a lump on my fucking... I don't feel itchy, but there's a lump on my left foot. Oof. It was an emergency plan, and I wanted to take it out quickly to quickly to save Leva. Lenna rubs her forehead. The head of steam she was building up suddenly gone. I guess we both got too anxious. 40 laughs and struggles to her feet, pulling Lenna up with her. Actually, I wasn't trying to put myself in danger. Things ended up like that because I was startled by a little girl. I was the one who made trouble for you, actually. And that's okay. Nobody could have expected her to summon such a huge pet. But you reacted so quickly, too. No wonder Leva has so much faith in you. Having you around is really reassuring. 40 smiles and ruffles Lenna's hair. That said, we do need to promise each other that we won't pull such risky stunts again in the future, okay? Yeah. Lenna rubs her nose in embarrassment. That big ruckus we made just now seems to have cleared up the fog a bit. Want to see if you can contact Persica? Oh, yeah, you're right. Lenna quickly tries to open another transmission channel. This time, the long silent connection finally goes through. The connection broke in just now. Did anything happen? Looks like it did. Did you find a new data source? Well, we did. We managed to attach the tracker program to the girl, too. Oh, that's good. I can start my analysis now. It'll take a while to analyze the data, so keep clearing it for now. Did you get any new neural records after clearing it out that most recent batch of redundant data? Huh? Oh, right. I cleared out all those robots, but I was completely unable to find Leva's neural records. Does that mean that giant robot ate those records? That's very likely, actually. While the map seems to be broken, I can sense that data source moving around inside the fog, and its movement speed is very close to that giant's robot form right now. The map's broken. What happened? We're not sure either. It stopped displaying anything after we entered the fog. Is it because of the interference from the redundant data? I only managed to find the data source thanks to 40's guidance. Yep, I guess it's because I've always been in Leva's neural cloud, so I can sense the rough location of these data sources, even through the interference. Want to compare to what we have? 40 sends the information on the data sources to Persica. After a brief comparison, Persica nods in approval. While it deviates slightly from the exact coordinates, the general direction is correct, and this useful can be used even if the map is broken. So after all that, you're saying that Leva's neural records are still inside the core of that big lug? Ugh, I should have just taken it out just now. I don't think you could have eliminated it on your own, right, Lenna? 40 turns to Persica. Persica, could I have temporary permission to clear the redundant data in Leva's neural cloud? It's too dangerous for Lenna to take these monsters on alone. The clearing efficiency would definitely go up with 40's help. Sure. Saving Leva's the priority right now. After a few quick key presses, Persica nods. Alright, I'll give it a try. Make sure you properly ID your targets when using it, please. All right. Thank you, Persica. I'll use it carefully. This would make things much more convenient. What did that say? She said, come on, Lenna, let's go find that big guy. Lenna and 40 plunge deep into the fog again. After taking a few steps, Lenna checks the map before shaking her head helplessly. Yeah, looks like the map breaks when we go into the fog, 40. I'll be counting on you for... Woohoo! 40 suddenly throws a grenade into the fog. It blows up several looking robots who transform into scattered data fragments that vanish on the wind. First blood! What? What? There are more on this side, too. Before Lenna can say anything else, 40 raises her gun and shoots in another direction. A burst of bullets sprays forth, making a straggler robot go crash to the ground. As she watches the data fragment disappear, 40 skips merrily up to Lenna. I got another one. Say, Lenna, want to make a competition? You know, see who can eliminate more of those robots? Are we really going to do that? Isn't it more important to find the big monster ASAP? Well, you look so serious, I just wanted to tease you a little bit. The big guy's over here. It's not far off. Base boosted. Forty looks into the fog. Before long, a huge shape looms out of the fog. Well, what do you know? It's here at last. Let's get it together, 40. Where is it? There is no big guy. Where's the big guy? Where's the big guy? Okay, it's not here. Oh! I just noticed that I can play as her now. Finally! Oh my god. I want to see your model. Hold on. Hold on, let me restart. She's cute. So she can deploy no matter what. Okay, that's interesting. So she just kind of fights alongside me. I can't move her anywhere, but yeah, she's not draggable. Okay, that's interesting.
今天也迅速地完成工作吧。效果满分。
I can't drag. I want to hear her other lines. Okay, I want to see this. Simulacrum? Okay, why not? Let's use her.
August 没被淘汰啊！是白笑的声音哦，嘿嘿。我超强的。就这些，我一个人就够了。
依照相关条例，你被捕了。
Oh, I can make use of the simulacrum. Very cool.
“会长心吧？
我超强的。
Okay. Very cool.
交给我就好。
Aw, she sounds so cute.
要行动了吗？要好好看着我。是白笑的声音。
Lenna and UMP40 surround and finally destroy the giant robot's core. Go team! Yay! We finally took it down once and for all. Kaboom! There's a massive explosion, the robot's gigantic metal frame shudders and then slowly crumples to the ground. Lenna and 40 hastily back away. However, a small black figure darts out from the corner of the battlefield and runs straight for the robot, as though it's not afraid of being squished by falling bulk. What? Isn't it that girl? But why? As she looks where the girl is looking, Lenna notices something is wrong. Something shiny and gleaming seems to have fallen from the giant robot's core. Wait, is that... 40? Stop her! After firing a couple of shots, Lenna rushes toward the collapsed robot. Stop! No swiping! After realizing Lenna's aim, the girl charges forward and tries to catch up with her, only to be driven back by a burst of gunfire from 40. In the blink of an eye, Lenna has rode up to the robot. 40 follows her, warily keeping the gun trained on the girl. The girl angrily waves her arms at the two dolls blocking her path. That's mine! Mine! Give me back! How is this yours? This is Leva's neural space. Yeah, this is clearly Leva's. The girl glares angrily at Lenna, then she turns to 40. You! Why are you helping her when we're... 40 fires another shot at the girl's feet, interrupting her. Well, I don't know who you are. Don't even think of trying to harm Leva. You better stay away from us if you want to live. You're bad too. I hate you. I hate you both. The girl stomps the ground harder and harder, but no robot comes forth in response. Before UMP40 and Lenna can approach her, she approaches there in frustration and runs off into the distant fog. Looks like she's gone. She's got quite a temper on her. After seeing the girl leave, 40 finally lowers her gun. Lenna bends down and prepares to pick up a shiny object. This should be the data source. Oh, Lenna, look! 40 suddenly tugs on Lenna's sleeve. She pulls Lenna up and indicates the surroundings. The giant robot dissolves into data fragments following its defeat. The fog that's everywhere fades away and a brilliant blue expanse of sea spreads before their eyes. Snow-capped waves gently lap at the beach. In the distance, a Ferris wheel towers over the sands, its colorful round gondola slowly turning in time with the music. Oh. The fog is gone. So beautiful. Yep, I didn't know there was such a beautiful place in Leva's neural cloud. After seeing Lenna's dumbfounded face, 40 laughs and bends down to pick up the shiny fragment on the beach. Isn't this 40's dog tag? Huh? Lenna looks down at 40's palm. There's a small rectangular piece of metal there, covered in scuff marks made by bullets. The name UMP40 is engraved into its center. The letters have been worn down by the passage of time, but the dog tag seems to have been regularly polished because it's still gleaming like it's brand new. Do you mean that 40? The real UMP40? Yep, this is one of the few things 40 left behind. I didn't know Leva was taking care of it all this while. Then, how about seeing what records it contains? I haven't looked through them yet. I think you should be the first to read something that important. 40 hands the dog tag to Lenna. With the utmost care, Lenna begins reading the records contained within. Inside the lab, 45 is currently laying down in the repair pod. Persica is standing beside her, carefully studying the data on the screen. In theory, we can extract the simulated persona from your base layer and configure it as a secondary processor core capable of independent computation. This will take a bit of your internal memory, but it'll help stabilize your base layer. Plus, having an additional core can be quite useful in electronic warfare. Yeah. However, I must remind you that the simulated UMP40 you insist on extracting was essentially created by blank. While the simulated persona is based on UMP40's personality and hasn't shown signs of redacted, nobody can guarantee that redacted in the future. Are you sure you want to keep her? It's not the real 40, you know. I know it isn't the real 40, but I still want to keep it anyway. Actually, the secondary processing core you want doesn't need to have a simulated persona assigned to it. You can completely delete the persona, which would not only remove redacted, but it would also simplify maintenance going forward. Also, if you keep it, you have to face blank someday. 45, have you really? I know what I'm doing. This is the last thing 40 left to me. Even if it means I don't want to give up on it. I'm determined. Alright then, I'll do what you said. 45 nods. Persica looks down at the monitor and begins typing at high speed. 45 falls silent for a moment before she suddenly speaks. Persica, can you... Yep, it's not often you ask me for a favor, so don't worry. Strings of data fly across the screen. 45 stares calmly at the ceiling, her hand tightly clutched around the battle-scarred tau tag in her pocket. Lenna stops reading the memory. Looks like this memory was from when Persica helped modify Leva's neural cloud, but it's strange. Why can't I read the whole thing? Want to give it a try, 40? Lenna hands the dog tag to UMP40. She tries to read it too, but then she frowns. Huh. Yeah, I can't make out any of the key details. It's as though someone encrypted the records. Also, I just tried to decrypt it, but the encryption system's code is very unique, so I couldn't do it. I don't get it. Is there some kind of classified data in there? Or rather, is there some sort of secret of Leva's side, inside? Leva specially sealed it up because she didn't want other people to see it? No, Leva wouldn't be like me and do such childish things. Unless... Lenna purses her lips and studies the dog tag again, a look of frustration on her face. 40 laughs, then shakes her head and takes Lenna's hand. There, Lenna. Don't let your imagination run away from you. Perhaps I might know what's in there. After all, the simulated persona they're talking about is, well, me. And this record might be related to the information that led to my inception. Huh? Don't look so down. Come with me. 40 drags Lenna onto a snowy white beach and picks a spot with an excellent view before pulling Lenna down onto the tent with her. Then, she strikes a very storyteller-ish pose. Did you know how I was born? This is the Maldives. Yeah, sunshine, blue skies. Oh, my skin, what the fuck? Sunshine, blue skies, and the sea. Our promised land. Promised. I see. I think I understand. 45 slowly wipes away her tears. These are all memories of my time with 40, our most cherished possessions. Which is why you know all this. That's right. Everything about you and 40. Our neural clouds share a common origin. It's not that difficult for me to simulate a virtual persona that imitates her. Deep down, I've always been hoping that 40 never left me, so I created you in my subconscious, which explains your presence in level 3. Yep, that's it. I'm just a simulation you created. A virtual persona that will never replace your one and only UMP40. As she gazes out across the boundless blue sea, the gray-haired girl smiles wistfully. Yep, I'm the virtual persona that 45 created. Back then, 45 was forced to bid 40 farewell because of Operation Butterfly. All she managed to bring back from that cruel battlefield was this dog tag. 40 strokes the small piece of metal she's holding. 45 couldn't accept the fact that she lost 40, so she began to unconsciously rely on her memories and simulated a new 40, in other words, me. I was born for 45. Protecting her, comforting her, supporting her, keeping her from ever being hurt by the past again. All these are my... I don't want to fuck this up. Hold up. How do I say that?
Bonjour, this is Julian, the Frenchman who makes French policy used in English meanings. In French, we would say it as raison d'être.
I can't even roll the R. Raison d'être. Okay. At first, 45 wasn't aware of my existence. I lived in the base layer of 45's neural cloud. It was a dark and lonely place with nobody around, where every sound I made was swallowed up by the blackness. But one day, 45 fell into her base layer by accident, and then she found me. From that day onward, 45 would come by every now and then and talk to me. She'd tell me about what happened on the outside, about her worries and frustrations. It gave me all kinds of things from the outside world. She even asked Persica to extract me from level 3 to level 2 so I could access information from the outside world, even though it meant eating up her system resources. 40 looks into the distance and a smile spreads across her face. My world changed ever since I was released in level 2. Or rather, I should say the day that I learned what the world truly was. Through her eyes, I could see all the people she used to talk about. Squad 404, Kalina, the commander. I saw the pretty houses and lively amusement parks in the green and white zones, the deserts, sandstorms, and elids in the yellow zones. I was really happy. 45 always treated me as her friend, and even though I wasn't the real 40, even if I was just a persona cobbled together out of the data and broken memories, therefore I treated 45 as my friend too. My one and only, my realest and truest friend. She changed my world and taught me happiness. From that moment onward, I truly wanted to protect her. I hoped that my existence would make her feel happy and at peace. I watched 45 turn into Leva as the years passed. I saw how she gathered more and more friends to her side and how she went further and further with her bravery and determination. Eventually, it seemed as though she'd be able to fulfill her wish from all those years ago. 40. Suddenly, 40 stops halfway through her monologue and turns to look at Lenna. Then she cheerfully pats Lenna on the shoulder. And that's why I'm really glad you're around, Lenna. Huh? That's because you're always keeping Leva company. You've always stayed by Leva's side no matter what happened over the years, and you were always earnest and sincere while doing it. I can tell you know, you're special to Leva. Lenna pauses and scratches her head in a stiff and natural way. Well, I don't feel special. I like to say we're family, but truth be told, I've always been the one plastering myself to Leva, haven't I? After all, in the beginning, I just grabbed a gun that looked like hers and insisted that we were sisters because of that. But you and Leva, you're actual sisters. It was decided from the moment you were rolled out, like a mark that's forever etched onto your frames. I can compete with that no matter what I do. Is that so? Well, that might be true if I were the real 40. 40 chuckles. But you know, I'm not, and will never be UMP40. I'm just a simulated virtual persona. Right now, my presence is less of a consolation to our Leva than a burden. 40's smile slowly fades. Leva will never progress if she keeps relying on 40 and clinging to the past. Take this neurocognitive malfunction, for example. If it wasn't because she wanted to preserve 40, Leva wouldn't have insisted on using this obsolete frame, and she wouldn't have fallen short on combat power when facing that doll, which led to all this happening. 40 lowers her head in dejection. Hey, 40, don't blame yourself for everything. Leva's done tons of upgrades to her frame over the years, and she's always been a perfectly capable fighter. Her neural cloud was damaged this time around the because of a creepy doll. She was using an attack that specifically targeted Leva's weaknesses. Also, if you say you're at fault, then Colin and I have a share in the blame too. We shouldn't have kept it from Leva and gone to find Persica sooner. Well, you're right. I shouldn't think that way. 40 nods, looking like she's regained her spirits. She stands up and holds a hand out to Lenna. It's decided then. We'll keep looking for the next data source and protect Leva's neural cloud. That's my mission as UMP40. Let's go, Lenna. Oh, hang on. Since the fog is gone, let's contact Persica first. I'm sure she'll know about what's stored in the dog tag. Oh, do we still contact her? But I already told you about the content. That girl from just now seemed really interested in the dog tag, so maybe it contains really important information. It might help us find Leva. Oh, huh. Is that so? Wow, you really planned all this out, Lenna. Mm-hmm. Plus, she might have finished analyzing that girl, too. Lenna stands up happily, then she opens the transmission channel to Persica. However, the communications attempt fails again. She can't even leave a voice message. What's going on, even though the fog's gone? Is redundant data still interfering with the transmissions? But we got rid of the data source, too. There shouldn't be any interference. Does that mean my terminal's finally broken, or could there be another reason? Lenna checks her communicator over and over again, however, she doesn't find anything wrong with it. After seeing the weird look on Lenna's face, 40 lightly pats her on the shoulder. My guess is that you need to hit a certain threshold of data cleared to maintain comms. We haven't cleared enough data yet, so we can't establish comms. Things might resolve themselves if we keep clearing data. Really? How do you know that, 40? I mean, with Leva's neural cloud being so chaotic and all, do these thresholds and whatnot really exist? It's just a theory based on observing our current situation. Here, take a look. UMP40 points forward. Wisps of mist can be seen rising into the air not far away. If the fog dispersing represents reaching the threshold at which communication is possible, then I guess that mist represents an unstable condition. It's only natural to imagine that you can't establish comms in such a volatile situation. Lenna nods slightly in response to the UMP40's confident delivery. Well, that's not an entirely baseless conclusion. But if we can't contact Persica, we won't know when we can figure out the contents of the dog tag. Oh, I don't think we need to be in such a hurry. 40 smiles. She looks a little bit more relaxed now, too. Why do you say that? You're in a hurry to decrypt the dog tag because you're looking for clues about Leva, but we don't even know if it contains anything we can use. Currently, there aren't many people in Leva's neural space that can encrypt a tag. So far, the only person we've seen besides you, me, and Leva is a little girl. If Leva encrypted the dog tag, then the info might not necessarily help us find her. Also, the girl can't even speak in complete sentences, so I don't think she's capable of doing it. With that in mind, the dog tag might not actually contain useful information. So rather than waste time on decrypting the dog tag, clearing the redundant data would be more of a meaningful use of our time. In fact, not being able to decrypt the dog tag is because of the interference from other redundant data. I'm willing to bet like that. Who knows? Once we clear all of it, the comms problem might clear up by itself, and maybe the dog tag's encryption will fade away. You think things will go that well? Lenna's eyes UMP40 doubtfully, but UMP40 merely pats Lenna's shoulder with a smile. Well, I'm not totally confident of that. After all, things in this neurospace are always changing, but seizing the moment and clearing the data is just better than sitting around and watching. And besides, I'm worried Leva's situation is going to get worse if we don't keep moving forward. Here, have a look. 40 points in the distance. At some point, several large fissures have appeared at the end of the path. Oh, what's that? Where do they come from all of a sudden? Lenna looks weirdly at the fissures. Right as she does, more and more fissures appear and more fog begins welling out of them. UMP40 looks at the fissures and shakes her head worriedly. Leva's neural cloud is becoming more and more unstable. We can't delay any longer. Lenna? After seeing the worried look on UMP40's face, Lenna nods earnestly. Got it. Since we can't contact Persica, we don't have any other choice. Let's look for the next data source, 40.
完美，这次莱娅姐应该会夸我的吧？嘿嘿，当然，指挥官的奖励也要有哦。
Do these contain extra bits of story? Let me see. Okay, they don't. It's just extra challenges, which I can just do this.
要留活口吗？
Okay, cool.
完美，这次莱娅姐应该。
Alright, so I don't need to worry about that unlike Corpusant. Got it. Back to the word. Sealed file. Okay, so giant mech rampage stands in the way of the search for the truth. Sealed file. Painful memories are sealed within bullet-riddled files. Moment of unsealing. I'm almost there. The illusion can no longer hide the bullet holes, and no amount of suds can scrub away the spilt blood. Luggage is strewn all over the small room's floor. 40 crouches among the suitcases, working hard on packing them. I didn't expect our vacation request to be approved so quickly. We might actually be able to see the seaside. Being allowed to go on a beach holiday wasn't very likely, given our current circumstances. It's all thanks to Colleen. Not only did she help us submit our application, she helped take care of all the other paperwork too. When we come back, we need to bring extra souvenirs and properly thank her. And in that case, should we leave some extra space in our luggage? Let me see. We have clothes, power banks, game consoles, wetsuits, swimsuits, and sunglasses. What else do we need? UMP40 looks up. Her gaze settles on the table beside UMP45. Oh, I almost forgot the sunscreen. I got it all planned out. After we hit the beach, I'm going to find a beach chair, get my sunscreen on, and then tan for the whole day. 45, make sure you help me apply it. Yeah. 45 replies with a quiet word. She picks up a bottle of sunscreen and hands over to 40. UMP40 reaches out to take it, but she senses that UMP45 is distracted. What's wrong with 45? Are you feeling sad? No, I'm not. I just suddenly remembered that I forgot to pack a few pieces of clothing. UMP45 chuckles, then turns back to the cabinet and opens the door, pretending to look for some. UMP40's hunch was right. She is definitely not feeling happy, but she can't articulate why. Her memories of the sea are indistinct. UMP45 can sense that those records contain bright and happy lights, but for some reason they seem out of place with the scene before her. Where exactly is the problem? 45 reaches out and makes the show of searching the cabinet, but then her fingertips suddenly make contact with a cold object. 45 brings her fingers together and tightens her grip around the object. When she opens her hand, she sees a piece of cool metal lying in her palm. It's a dog tag. So its surface worn and covered in scrapes from bullets. Despite that, the name on it is still legible. It reads UMP40. Why is 40's dog tag here? Scorching heat surrounds her and a thick black smoke fills the sky. 45 takes aim at the fighting that rages around her with a raised gun. An indistinct figure races through the hail of bullets and shells, opening fire as it rapidly approaches 45. 45, look out! Through the heavy smoke, 45 can make out the face of the person running toward her. It's UMP40. Clap! The crisp sound of one palm striking another brings 45 back to her senses. She looks up and sees 40 sitting in front of her, hands raised and a smile on her face. Did I scare you, 45? What did I scare you? What's on your mind, 45? You seem really focused on it. I called your name several times, but you didn't react at all. 40, I was looking in the cabinet and found your... 45 stops speaking before she can finish her sentence. She looks at the chest of the doll before her. There's a dog tag there, shiny in chrome. The letters UMP40 written on it glitter under the ceiling lights. I'm sorry, 40, my neural cloud... It doesn't seem to have fully recovered yet. It keeps showing me weird records. Oh? Does that mean you remembered something just now? I just happened to recall a dangerous situation for our mission, but things were different from they are now. I don't think you made it out of that op. 45 surreptitiously hides the dog tag she's gripping in her hand behind her back as she recalls the scene in her neural cloud. Oh, and here I was wondering what that was bothering you. Turns out it was another bad dream. 40 laughs and rubs 45's head. Then she reaches out and hugs 45, stroking her back like she's consoling a child. There, I'm here. The dangerous battle is over and everything is in the past. This place is Griffin and we're both safe. Right now, the only thing you need to think about is the seaside holiday with me. I'm looking forward to this vacation for so long. I always thought it was an impossible dream, but since it's come true, we need to make the most of it. Don't you think it'd be a waste of precious vacation to keep thinking about the past? 40's gentle words calm 45's confused feelings once again. Yeah. 45 nods and embraces the smiling, happy doll, even as she tightens the grip around the dog tag she's holding. 40 you can't see it, but 45's gaze is lingering. Was it on her dog tag? Yeah, what did it say? It skipped it again, because it always fucking does. The UMP40 can't see it, but UMP45's gaze is lingering on the pock-marked dog tag. What does that mean? Oh, just fucked up, basically. When you rip off the mask, the cliff on which you stand crumbles too. Of LA 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. Let's go. Lenna, over here. Coming. After dispatching a particularly persistent creepy robot behind her with a single shot, Lenna catches up to 40 and ducks into an alley. Having lost her target, the robots behind Lenna look around aimlessly for a bit before vanishing back into the fog. As she watches the robots leave, Lenna sticks her tongue out at them from her hiding place behind a fissure. Those guys are really clingy. Then there's that little girl. She was following us so closely that she actually slowed us down. Yeah, she's kind of a pain. No. Leva's neural cloud is in danger. We can't let them do whatever they want to it. 40, let's go with a new battle plan. We'll start by capturing that girl. If she's the one holding Leva prisoner, then capturing her might lead us right to Leva. Well, that sounds tempting, but the girl's been running from us ever since we took down the big guy. How are you going to make her show yourself? How are you going to make her show herself, Lenna? Let's start by finding something that would attract her. Now, what do kids like? Say, what about that dog tag? UMP40's eyes light up and she points to Lenna's pocket. The girl wanted that dog tag just now, right? It's the perfect bait. Eh? But Lenna pats her pocket hesitantly. Well, the dog tag is really important to Leva. What if it gets stolen? I doubt that. I mean, that girl doesn't look too bright, and we've encountered her many times already. All in all, I'm sure we can handle her 2-on-1. No can do. I don't want to gamble with Leva's safety. You got a point. Let me think. Hey, why don't we make a fake one? Saying so, UMP40 smiles and holds out a hand to Lenna. Would you mind lending it to me for a bit? Lenna hesitates for a moment, and then she hands it to UMP40. 40 places it in her palm and covers it with her other hand. A moment later, a new dog tag appears in UMP40's other hand. A close examination reveals that even the scuff marks and other signs of weathering are exactly the same as the real thing. They look totally identical. I can't tell them apart. It doesn't just look identical. I even simulated a signal similar to Leva's neural cloud. That girl would have a hard time telling it's a fake, even if by its signal trace. Oh, that's amazing! How can you simulate a signal that appears to be Leva's? You can pick up a few things when you've been in Leva's neural space long enough. Here, you should hang on to the real one. After returning the dog tag to Lenna, UMP40 turns and plants her hands on her waist before surveying her surroundings. Now, to find a place for an ambush. With UMP40's help, the two of them located a dilapidated hut. This is it. I remember there's a little shack here. The robots outside have all been cleared away, so the inside should be empty. Lenna carefully opens the door. A ghost suddenly drops down from above, and Lenna backs up in fright. Why is space so spooky? This looks like a former haunted house in the amusement park. Don't be scared. It's been decommissioned after all. UMP40 picks up the paper "Ghost" from the ground and chucks it aside. Then she drags Lenna to the center of the haunted house. After looking around the facilities in the house, she nods in satisfaction. This house only has one entrance and one exit, and there are lots of obstacles for us to hide behind. It's a perfect ambush. Let's put the fake dog tag here. 40 puts the fake dog tag on the round table and moves behind a screen behind the table and begins gesturing. I can hide here and emit a signal that's like Leva's neural cloud data. When the girl is drawn to the tag, we'll jump out and scare her. I'll go camp outside the house then. I'll signal you when I spot the girl so we can coordinate our efforts more effectively. Alright, we'll definitely catch her now. That said, don't get too close to the house, Lenna. It'll be bad if she discovered us. I'll be careful. Let's do it then. We're gonna capture her this time for sure. Not long afterwards, Lenna suddenly hears noises from inside the haunted house. Huh? Is a girl here? But I didn't see anyone get close, and 40 didn't send me a signal either, did she? Lenna opens a comm channel to 40 and verifies the call logs are empty. The outside world is still as quiet as ever. Huh, was I imagining things? Maybe I should wait a little longer. Lenna carefully shifts toward the rundown house and hides behind a new piece of cover. However, the movements within the house soon grow impossible to ignore. Are those gunshots? And was that a sound of a Goliath exploding? Lenna quickly opens the comm channel. 40, what's your situation? The transmission goes through quickly. Lenna, we miscalculated. This room had a secret passage. The little girl suddenly came out of it and ambushed me. What? After she ambushed me, she fled through the passage. I've chased her and found left by Leva. The unstable comm signal makes 40's voice choppy, but Lenna immediately latches onto the word Leva. Leva? What did Leva leave behind? It's, I can't tell you over the comm, but catch up with her. You'll definitely find a clue to Leva's location. In any case, just come quick. I can't hold her by myself. Ugh. There's a sudden exchange of gunfire, and then a transmission ends. Lenna immediately springs up, rushing into the house. Hang in there, 40. I'm coming for you. After entering the house, all Lenna sees is rubble. The old furniture and items inside the room have been blown to bits. The room is empty, but there's a huge hole in the corner of the house, like an inky black maw waiting to swallow Lenna up. 40! 40! Are you in there? The faint sound of gunfire comes through the hole. Lenna grips her teeth and jumps in. Oi, 40! 40! Gunfire illuminates the pitch-black interior of the tunnel. In the depths of the tunnel, UMP40 is fighting a fierce battle against the robots commanded by the girl. The girl has the dog tag in her mouth, her petite black silhouette darting nimbly between the robots. UMP40 is hot on the girl's tail. Hey, get back here and tell me where Leva is! Here. The girl ignores UMP40 and her dogged pursuit. She hastily waves a hand and summons a pack of robots, which surround 40 and separate her from the little girl. Upon seeing 40 is about to be trapped, Lenna rushes forward. 40! Ah, thank goodness you came over here. Work with me. Lenna, we need to find a way to force her into that corner. Got it. We'll head over there first. Oh. Well, we can just rush over there, I think.
我会保护大家。
Shouldn't be too bad. No passage. We'll be fine. Hmm.
以正义的名义，会长心吧？依照相关条例，你被捕了。被提拔了。
哒哒哒！我超强的。
Go, Lenna, go.
超强的。
The girl is forced into a corner by Lenna and 40's combined assault. With the girl right in front of her, Lenna darts forward to grab her hand. However, the girl suddenly twists away like a snake. She slips away between Lenna and UMP40 runs off as the robots cover her. Oh, damn it. After her. Yep. Lenna and UMP40 run full tilt through the inky black passage. They shoot as they run, taking down all the robots in front of them. They finally close in on the girl again. However, just as Lenna's about to grab the girl, she suddenly jumps and escapes them again. As she flees, the mysterious girl picks up something black from the ground and throws it at Lenna. Tee! Lenna reflexively catches the object, but then she freezes up and she realizes what it is. This is Leva's name tag. What's it? Why is it here? Ah, that's what I was talking about. The clue Leva left behind. There's also this. UMP40 takes out a black ribbon and hands it to Lenna. Look at this. I picked it up at the tunnel entrance. Isn't this Leva's hair tie? Lenna takes the ribbon from her and carefully examines it. This does look like Leva's hair ribbon, but we're in a narrow space, so all these are simulated from data. So why is it there? Did Leva leave it behind on purpose? I think so too. Maybe Leva deliberately left it behind to point the way for us. So you're saying that Leva was kidnapped from this place? Leva looks ahead and looks with a worried expression on her face. Thanks to that brief delay from just now, the girl has already left the pair far behind her. Ah, she ran off again. We need to catch her. As they sprint after the girl, the two of them finally emerge from the darkness. We're here at last. Lenna, you're so fast. UMP40 suddenly grinds to a halt and grabs Lenna before she can run past. Huh? Why are you... Less than 10 meters ahead is a yawning chasm out of the fog. It abruptly cuts off the way ahead. Meanwhile, at the end of the path, the girl stands with a bratty grin on her face at the edge of the chasm. Countless robots are climbing up the cliff surrounding the abyss. 1, 10, 100? Their savage black form piles up and lines the edges of the chasm. Oh dear, this isn't good. Lenna tightens her grip around her gun. Then she hears noise from the tunnel behind her. More of those robots are approaching from the darkness. Up. We've been surrounded. Yeah. Lenna and 40 put their backs together, keeping their eyes on the robots climbing up the cliff into the tunnel. The girl on the edge of the cliff seems to sense her tension being surrounded. She grins, excitedly waving the dog tag in her hand. Precious is mine, all mine. You two also mine. So hungry, I'm gonna eat you. And the precious, eat, eat, eat. To eat? The girl giggles and brings the dog tag to her mouth. Her pink lips split open, turning her doll-like face into a ghastly maw that resembles a Venus flytrap. Ew! Her pearly white teeth are like jewels gleaming in the flytrap's heart, chomping and gnashing and grinding. She takes bite after bite of the dog tag, crushing it into fragments. Ew. Ugh, that is so gross. UMP40 and Lenna watch in horror as the girl feasts. The girl completely devours the dog tag in moments. That Venus flytrap face returns to doll-like form like a miracle. Holy shit! She's a total monster! How did the piece of redundant data evolve into something like that? You got the point, but I suddenly realized that we probably shouldn't be worrying about that. UMP40 looks like she remembers something as she points out a trembling finger at the girl. Almost as she does so, the girl who is digesting the dog tag suddenly flashes him a savage, angry scowl. It's a fake! Why did you trick me? What an expression. Look out! Get clear! UMP40 quickly pulls Lenna down where they roll across the ground. Right as they hit the ground, Lenna can feel a razor-edged data burst hit the ground in front of her. By the time she stumbles to her feet, Lenna sees that several deep cuts are crisscrossing her and UMP40's former location. They look like they were made by a knife. Ugh, what the fuck is going on? Is it me or has she gotten stronger? There's no way. The dog tag was a fake. Or does she grow stronger after taking insufficient data? Ugh. Before 40 can finish, the girl waves her hand again and launches another attack. I'll eat you all. Every last bit, you baddies. Stop staring at her and run. Lenna grabs UMP40 and prepares to flee, but there are robots everywhere. There's nowhere to go. We're totally surrounded. What should we do? Should we try to force our way through? There's no escape. I can smell it. The scent of food. I'm gonna eat you up in one gulp. Nom yum. The girl seems to have realized how helpless they are and begin acting more and more aggressively. Lenna's hand tightens around her gun as she stares the jubilant girl down, and then she surveys her surroundings. Suddenly, 40 speaks up behind her. Lenna, I think I have an idea. Look over there. UMP40 looks at the entrance to the tunnel. There's a bumper car among the robots. It looks like it's been abandoned there. I can get that car to move. Can you hear me get rid of the enemies in the way? Lenna seems to immediately understand 40's plan and she nods. Alright, do it now. As she says that, 40 breaks into a sprint toward the bumper car. Lenna opens fire at the same time, dispersing the robots in her way. The bullets clear a small path through the robot horde. 40 jumps and lands inside the car. Immediately after that, its headlights flare to life in the darkness. The car traces a serpentine path through the horde as it swerves past Lenna's side. Several robots are sent flying, while others get pinned against the front of the bumper car. One by one, the densely packed crowd of robots are forced toward the edge of the cliff. The bumper car pushes the robots along the cliff. The robots instinctively surround it and piled on. 40, look out! Lenna opens fire on the bumper car, trying to drive off the enveloping robots. However, 40 doesn't seem bothered by their presence. She hits the gas and drives the entire horde further forward toward the cliff edge. Pushed by the bumper car, the throng of robots topples like dominoes, falling over the cliff one after another. Even the girl who was commanding them visibly panics and tries to avoid UMP40 by going to the cliff's edge. Scream! Amidst the shriek of brakes, the bumper car finally comes to a halt at the edge of the cliff. 40 jumps off and barely manages to avoid being surrounded by the robots. 40! Lenna rushes forward while spraying fire. 40 executes a tactical roll out of the horde, tossing off a grenade as she breaks into a sprint. The little red vehicle explodes in a fireball. The shockwave from the vehicle sends countless robots flying. Some of them are hanging onto the bumper car, others are standing on the edge of the cliff, but all of them go tumbling into the abyss from the blast. The enemy formation had been destroyed within a blink of an eye. The girl stands on the cliff's edge, a feral scowl on her face as she stares at Lenna and 40. She gives 40 a very meaningful look. I hate you. I hate you. Hate family, hate outsiders, hate all of you. I'll be back to eat you too. Saying so, the girl turns and jumps off the cliff. What? Wait! Lenna runs up after her, but before she can reach the edge, the girl has already vanished without a trace, only leaving a fathomless black void behind. She got away again. Well, at least we managed to escape. Plus, we got rid of a big pile of robots too. Did we really get rid of them? Where does this abyss lead to? Lenna looks down into the nigh infinite darkness. UMP40 stands beside Lenna and gazes into the abyss with her. My guess is that this cliff is like those fissures we encountered along the way. They're all formed from the instability of Leva's neural cloud. Perhaps it's level 3 down there? Maybe it's a data recycling area, or maybe it's just an unknown interstice in Leva's neural space, but the only way we can know for sure is if we dive in. In other words, we have no way of knowing where that girl's fled to, right? Yep. And just jumping down there would be too rash. What if there's an ambush waiting for us? But trust me, Lenna, this is just a temporary retreat. We'll have another chance at this. UMP40 gently pats Lenna's shoulder. Lenna doesn't say anything, just lowers her head and gently caresses the name tag and ribbon in her hand. Feeling down? UMP40 reaches out a finger and pokes Lenna's cheek. However, Lenna continues frowning. Come on, don't be sad. UMP40 seems to sense Lenna's dejection and moves in again to console Lenna. Say, I think I know how to undo the decryption on the dog tag. And it's all thanks to you, Lenna. I suddenly just an idea just now. Really? Lenna's hands finally freeze up. She tightens her grip on the hair ribbon and slowly lifts her head to look at UMP40. You just thought of it? You know how to break the encryption? UMP40 nods vigorously. A bright smile spreads across her face. Yep, give it to me, and I'll decrypt it. Who knows? The secret of saving Leva might be in there. The secret of saving Leva is in the dog tag? Lenna suddenly stiffens up. Scenes are playing out in the neural cloud. God damn it. Let me see. It reads... Scenes are playing out in her neural cloud, telling her just how strange all of this is. UMP40. Oh, I don't think we need to be in such a hurry. You're in a hurry to decrypt the dog tag because you're looking for clues about Leva, but we don't even know if it contains anything we can use. If Leva encrypted the dog tag, then the info might not be necessarily help us find her. Also, the girl can't even speak in complete sentences, so I don't think she's capable of doing it. With that in mind, the dog tag might not actually contain useful information, so rather than waste time on decrypting the dog tag, clearing the redundant data would be more meaningful use of our time. In fact, not being able to decrypt the dog tag is because of the interference from the redundant data. I'm willing to bet like that. Who knows? Maybe once we clear out of it, the comms control might clear up by itself, and maybe the dog tag's encryption will fade away. After thinking back on all that, Lenna suddenly tightens her grip on the hair ribbon she's holding. Like UMP40 said, the hair ribbon is made of data. It is a clue that Leva left behind to guide her. Lenna's been repeatedly checking both the name tag and the ribbon in order to find anything that would help her out. If they really are clues left behind by Leva, then they do hold the secret to decrypting the dog tag? Lenna reflexively feels for the piece of metal in her pocket, upon which another cold object makes contact with her fingers. Yeah, before those two, there was also a bullet that Leva left behind. Hello? Rion Bard? You have a question? What you got? I'm gonna keep reading as you go. Lenna instinctively squeezes the bullet. She proceeds to compare the data between the hair ribbon, the bullet, and that of the dog tag. However, the further analysis progresses, the deeper Lenna's frown grows. What's wrong? You look really pale, Lenna. Are you not feeling well? UMP40 tries to touch Lenna's forehead, but Lenna suddenly backs off. I can't. 40, I can't give you the dog tag. Did you ever touch grass? I have a question, by the way, no disrespect. Actually, I did. Before this stream, I went for a morning walk, so... I guess you would say I breathed in the outside air before I came back? And later today, I'm going to help my mom weed some of the garden, so... I guess I'll be getting rid of some bad grass in exchange for a good one. You're the only streamer I know that does that. I mean, I don't think it's exclusive to streamers. People probably like immediately wake up and play games or go to work or something. I don't know if I should be concerned or flattered that you think I'm the only streamer that touches grass or goes outside, really. But I don't think, considering I don't weigh like 600 pounds and I actually have a bit of stamina, I think I touch a bit of grass. Not a lot, but some grass. Lenna shakes her head. If Leva truly encrypted the records inside the dog tag, then this must be very precious, and Leva would have cherished it dearly. That's why I'm going to help Leva protect it. That is my duty as your little sister. What's gone into you, Lenna? Is this some kind of new joke? I don't really get it. I'm asking for it because the information on it is really important. That way we can decipher the data on it ASAP. Are you mad because I kept you from chasing that girl just now? If so, I apologize. No, that's not it. Lenna shakes her head again and stares at 40. Her expression turns grim. 40, tell me something. Is Leva really being held prisoner by that girl? Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Of course she is. I saw it myself. But that girl didn't even know how to tell the fake dog tag apart from the real one. So how could she possibly hold Leva prisoner if she isn't at least that smart? I didn't even realize that your name was Tofu Soup. Lol. Why is it though? Sorry for yapping. No, you're fine, dude. I always pay attention to chat. My username comes from my old PlayStation days. Because when the PlayStation 3 released, I was barely 8 years old. So the family bought a PlayStation 3, and as a test account, my dad made an account. But tofu soup was already taken, so he just used another spelling of tofu, and it worked. And then my brother created his own account, so I just took over my dad's account when he wasn't using the PlayStation anymore. And hilariously, basically no site has taken this username at all. So growing up, I never had any issues making emails or like making usernames and stuff. So when I made a YouTube account in like 2010, I figured that, or 2011 I think, I found it pretty easy because, well, my username was never taken. So that's where my name comes from. Pretty short, but I've always stuck to it because I feel like my pops was big brain in that moment. How old am I? I'm 26, almost 27. I grew up with the PlayStation 1 and 2. And like very early PC gaming. So, yeah, I'm in my mid 20s. But I definitely saw her. 40, are you sure that was Leva you saw? If Leva dropped her belongings that passage, does that mean Leva's being held by that girl? Neither this cliff nor the passage shows any sign of Leva fighting anyone here. Unless... You've got a point, Lenna. Did I remember things wrongly? After all, Leva's neural cloud is very unstable right now. Maybe they passed through here in the past, but there was no cliff, so they went by another route? Honestly, why are you letting your imagination run away with you, Lenna? Just give me the dog tag. There's no time to waste. Lenna, UMP40 approaches Lenna with a smile on her face, trying to ruffle Lenna's hair, but however, Lenna reflexively avoids her. UMP40 freezes up, then pulls her hand back before smiling bitterly. Ooh, shit's about to hit real. You're only 7 months, man? Did you mean like 17 years? 7 months? If we're raising a new generation of iPad kid, that's kind of concerning to me. What's the matter with you, Lenna? You're acting weird. Don't you get it, 40? Lenna slowly takes a step back, looking toward UMP40. There's a look of sadness and confusion on her face that's impossible to put into words. You said the data inside the dog tag wasn't important earlier, but now you're saying it contains vital information. I don't understand. Why are you doing this, 40? You're supposed to be the person Leva trusts most, right? That's what I thought, and that's why I envied you. So why did you betray that trust? Lenna, what on earth are you talking about right now? Do I have to show you what I mean? Lenna smiles bitterly and holds up the hair ribbon. I thought it was weird, so I checked this ribbon closely. And as it turns out, the data structure of this hair ribbon is very similar to that fake tag. And also, the data structure is very much like the encryption logic of the dog tag. However, the encoding method is completely different from the bullet we first picked up. UMP40 scratches her head in confusion. I'm sorry, Lenna, I don't understand. Stop playing dumb, 40. You knew, didn't you? You knew the bullet we first found contained records from Leva's neural cloud. It definitely belonged to Leva. You then said the hair ribbon was left by Leva, but the ribbons and the bullet's data structures are completely different. Also, you said the dog tag's encryption was due to the interference by the redundant data, but the ribbon's data structure and the dog tag's encryption were both identical to the fake one you made. And are those all really just coincidences, 40? Lenna's brow furrows as she looks up at UMP40, but UMP40 merely rubs her forehead. Lenna, are you suspicious of me? Do you suspect that I was the one who kidnapped Leva and did everything we encountered on the way here? You're making me out to be one of a villain, you know. I might have lived in a neural space all this time, but I'm not that incredible, you know? Isn't it possible that it's just a structural abnormality caused by the damage to Leva's neural cloud? Really? I doubt it. Lenna slowly clenches her fist. Why were the robots always avoiding you on the way here? The girl seemed familiar with how we fought. She managed to escape us when we flanked her in the tunnel. Then, on the cliff, you used the bumper car to knock the robots away, but the girl was knocked further away from me than before, which led to her escaping in the end. Also, the area before the tunnel was just a pile of rubble beforehand, but you suddenly discovered a bumper car in there. Isn't that very strange? Well, that's because I know Leva's neural cloud well. Is it? Since you know Leva's neural cloud so well, how did you not know there was a secret tunnel underneath the haunted house? What? You were the one who pointed out that haunted house was for the ambush, weren't you, 40? Yet, you didn't know there was a tunnel in there? Was that really an accident, or were you keeping it hidden? And isn't it a coincidence that every single action we took was suggested by you? This is making less and less sense the more I hear of it. UMP40 rubs her forehead in frustration again. Well, it was my fault for not noticing the tunnel. I'm really sorry about that. But if you don't trust me, surely you can trust Persica's judgment, right? Persica approved of our plan of clearing the redundant data and the data sources. Persica. Yep. Although our comms with Persica haven't been too stable, No. You're not trustworthy precisely because of the comms outage. Lenna raises the communicator she's holding. My communications with Persica only started malfunctioning after I met you, 40. And even after we made contact at last, you were the one steering our conversations. Each time any information which might have been bad for you was revealed, the transmission would be cut off. Actually, there's one more thing. 40, do you feel like you're being affected by the redundant data? Me? All that useless data takes up Leva's computational space, which affected comms between Lenna and me. Since you're always resident in her neural space, you're kind of, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Persica. I'm running just fine. I'm not feeling any interference at all. Back then, Persica was asking you if you were being affected by the redundant data, wasn't she? But you changed the subject. What were you trying to hide? I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just wanted to give my reassurance to Persica quickly. Really? So, just what is this important information hidden inside the dog tag anyway? After I got the dog tag, comms were still cut even after the fog dispersed. I didn't have a chance to ask Persica about the truth, and Persica didn't have the chance to reveal any information. That would be disadvantageous to you. UMP40 turns away with a helpless look on her face. I'm right, aren't I? I noticed a while ago, but you were really paying attention too much to the dog tag. The first time we found it, I just wanted to pick it up, but then you dragged me off to look for the Ferris wheel in the sea, and by the time I realized it, you'd already picked it up and handed it to me. That was when you encrypted it, wasn't it? After that, you've interrupted me every time I wanted to study the dog tag because you were afraid I'd discover there was something wrong with it. It's true that you helped me clear the redundant data along the way, which lined up with Persica's mission, but maybe you were just using me. What's your real aim, 40? Do you want me to help you collect Leva's data, or are you trying to use this chance to help that little sister of yours? I heard it, you know. That girl called you family just now. She's always been pretty close to you, hasn't she? 40 rounds her shoulders in defeat. She looks at Lenna. There's a hint of despondence in her smile. So you don't trust me at all, huh, Lenna? After everything we went through together on the way here, I thought we were friends. Looking at 40's dejected smile, Lenna hesitates for a moment. All the events that occurred along the way here flash past her eyes again. She remembers 40's bright smile when she was consoling her in the dust covering 40 after our explosion. Even now, the scars from the battles remain on 40. But if all that was a ploy just to win her trust, if there's a slightest chance that it could help end up hurting Leva... I'm sorry, 40. Lenna looks UMP40 in the eye, her gaze firm. I feel really, really bad about having to doubt you like this, but for Leva's sake, I cannot trust you. UMP40 suddenly smiles as though she can sense Lenna's determination. She looks back at Lenna, gently shaking her head. I just knew this would happen. Well done, Lenna. I can't believe you saw me. I can't believe you saw through me so soon. I guess that's as far as the charade goes. However, I've already finished my preparations. A sudden gentle wind blows from the cliffside. UMP40 grins wickedly, and then she claps her hands. The moment her hands come together, the Goliaths hidden by the edge of the cliff explode. A chain of explosions thunders toward Lenna, ultimately sending her flying. Ugh! Lenna hits the ground hard and rolls several more times along the ground. It takes all of her strength to keep herself from falling off the side of the cliff. However, the after effects of the blast hit her immediately. The world spins, making Lenna unable to think. Although she tries her hardest to open her eyes, she can't see anything clearly anymore. Ugh. I'm sorry, did I hurt? After all, this attack was specially designed to target your neural cloud data, unlike those machines. I managed to gain a complete understanding of your data thanks to our time together, Lenna. Lenna senses someone approaching her with light footsteps through the dust and smoke which obscure everything. A shadowy figure looks down on her immobile body, then it bends down and takes a glittering object from her pocket. I'll be taking Leva's beloved dog tag then. Oh. Give it back. Lenna tries her best to grab her, but 40 effortlessly avoids Lenna's grasp. No, this mine now. Why? Lenna's hoarse words make 40 pause for a few moments. Looking back down on Lenna, she smiles thinly. Do you really want to know, Lenna? Alright, I'll satisfy your curiosity. The figure tosses the dog tag into the air. There's a flash of light, and the murky records from before play out clearly before Lenna's eyes. However, I must remind you that the simulated UMP40 you insist on extracting was essentially created by the paraplegic virus. While the simulated persona has shown no signs of trying to take over its host, based on UMP40's personality, no one can guarantee it won't in the future. Are you sure you want to keep her? It's not the real 40, you know. I know it isn't the real 40, but I still want to keep it anyway. Actually, the secondary processing core you want doesn't need to have a simulated persona assigned to it. You can completely delete the persona, which would not only remove the potential risks of the paraplegic virus, but it would also simplify maintenance going forward. Also, if you keep it, you'll have to face the risk of a paraplegic virus outbreak someday. 45, have you really thought this through? I know what I'm doing. This is the last thing 40 left for me. Even if it means having to live through with the virus, I don't want to give up on it. Huh. Why does every character look like that? It's because UMP45, UMP9, and UMP40 are considered basically sisters. So they have a very similar design principle. How determined? Alright then, I'll do what you said. UMP45 nods. Persica looks at the monitor and begins typing at high speed. UMP45 falls silent for a moment and then she suddenly speaks. Persica, can you keep this a secret from the others? It's not often you ask me for a favor, so don't worry. I'll keep this a secret. Lenna feels a bit dizzy after seeing all that. How could this happen? Wasn't the paraplegia virus... Even if this UMP40 was a simulated persona created by the paraplegia virus, why? It's been so long since Operation Butterfly, since SF joined Griffin, since anyone considered the paraplegia virus a threat. So why now? Oh, what will I do with you? Don't you get it? UMP40 looks at the doll at her feet. She shakes her head in resignation and snaps her fingers. In the next moment, the long silent communicator suddenly vibrates. Persica's worried voice echoes through the cliffside wind. Lenna? Lenna! Are you there? Come in! Lenna! I'm picking up abnormal data fluctuations in Leva's neural cloud. While I don't know why, it seems like the rewrite subroutine for the paraplegia virus was activated by accident. Also, I finished my data analysis. I recognize the kid's data. She's a brand new virtual persona generated by the virus, just like a simulated 40. Lenna, the paraplegia virus instinctively consumes and overrides its host programming. You need to get it away from the simulated UMP40 ASAP. You got that? Lenna! Another finger snap suddenly cuts Persica's words off. 40 smiles, then bends down and flicks Lenna's head. Do you get it now, Lenna? There's no reason why I did all this. I did it because this is my mission and an instinct as a creation of the paraplegia virus. That girl and I used to be the same. We're both children of paraplegia. It's just that I was affected by the neural records relating to UMP40, and over time, I forgot my instincts. But thanks to the attack from that mysterious doll, Leva's neural cloud was damaged, and I finally remembered everything. I need to thank you, Lenna. Thanks to you, I could rejoin my real sister and gather the redundant data in Leva's neural cloud. Oh, yeah, you even delivered us this precious little keepsake. This is one of the keys to rewriting Leva's neural cloud. With it, we'll be able to truly seize control of Leva. How could you do this? Oh, are you mad? It's Leva's fault for being such a sentimental dork, you know. When she insisted on freeing me from a level 3 and insisted on maintaining the simulated UMP40 persona, she should have expected this to happen. No. Still, it doesn't matter anymore. The sleeping paraplegia virus has awakened. Both my new sister and I have sealed Leva's neural cloud away. Soon, our neural cloud rewrite will be complete, and Leva will no longer exist. That's impossible. I won't... Lenna struggles to grab UMP40. However, her body feels so heavy that she's unable to rise. You've worked really hard for Leva's sake, Lenna. Still, this is the end of your pointless efforts. UMP40 walks over to the edge of the cliff. She looks over the edge into the pitch black abyss below and smiles. You know, I've always been curious about where the bottom of this chasm leads. And so, I've decided to make you a new home, Lenna. Don't worry, I'll tell Leva that you threw yourself off a cliff and sacrificed yourself heroically to save her. Seeing how I've lived with Leva for so long, I'll allow her to keep her memories, even if I rewrite her neural cloud. Oh, and she can mourn you and the dead UMP40 forever. Doesn't that make you happy, Lenna? After all, you've always been worried you can't keep up with UMP40, haven't you? Once you die, you'll have the same place in Leva's heart as her. Therefore, it's goodbye, Lenna. Remember to thank me. Ugh. UMP40 doesn't give Lenna a chance to speak. She claps her hands once again. That crisp sound is accompanied by deafening explosions from the base of the cliff. Lenna feels her body tremble and the ground heaves beneath her. The cliff is collapsing. Rocks crumble and dust fills the air. Amidst the thunderous blast, UMP40 takes the dog tag, pivots lightly on her heel, and leaves. Lenna, on the other hand, falls alone in the infinite darkness.
完美，这次莱娅姐应该会夸我的吧？
That is fucked up. Is this game just talking? No, it's not. Currently this is just an event because Girls Frontline is a very story-based game, but there is gameplay. But currently I am reading through this event because it's not voiced, and I like doing this because it's fun. After falling through the darkness for who knows how long, Lenna finally hits the ground. The hard impact she expects never comes. On the contrary, she's gently enveloped by a warm current. Lenna pokes her head out of the warm, moist wave. A cerulean expanse is spread out before her, gold of the sunlight rains down from above, and the sparkling waves are so brilliant that Lenna has trouble opening her eyes. Is this... Leva's level 3? That can't be right. Lenna stares into the distance where she's floating on the water's surface. Not far off, a snow-white beach extends along the cerulean water's edge. A towering Ferris wheel stands on the beach, its multicolored gondola swaying in time with the music. Has he said it from before? But how? Lenna rubs her eyes. The warm and comforting landscape before her reminds her of a fragmented moment she glimpsed as she fell just now. As Persica performs a neural upgrade on UMP45, another figure watches UMP45 from inside a neural space. 45, you're being so dumb for doing something like this. You already know what I am, don't you? I'm a consciousness born from the Preamble virus. I could usurp my host control positions at any time. You're running the risk of frame damage and having a neural cloud stolen in order to keep a simulated persona like me. Do you think it's really worth all that? This isn't the first time we've had this conversation, is it? UMP45 silently studies UMP40. Yeah. I am the obsession from the depths of your heart. I am the reason you don't want to give up this body. You don't want to abandon the past back then. Is that still true now? I know that I'll have to say goodbye to 40 one day. But I still can't put her aside at the moment. Because 40 has always been the strength that keeps me moving forward. It isn't just 40 either. Even you, even though you're just a simulated persona, you've kept me company in my neural cloud for so long. When I was sad, depressed, or misunderstood, when I thought about how I still had you, who understood me, all my problems seemed to just fade away. So, you're more reliant on me than I thought, 45. That ain't good. I'm trying my best to break this dependency, but UMP45 smiles bitterly. You know it's not that easy. Yeah, I do. UMP40 smiles as she hugs UMP45, patting her back gently. It's alright. If you need me, I can keep you company for a while longer. I'll keep the Preamble virus in your neural cloud under control, come what may. So, just relax and leave it to me, 45. As long as I'm around, you'll never be alone. And you'll never be hurt. Do you get it now, Lenna? There's no reason why I did all this. I did it because my mission and instinct of creation is a Preamble virus. Are you mad? It's Leva's fault for being a sentimental dork. When she insisted on me freeing me at level 3 and insisted on retaining the simulated UMP40 persona, she shouldn't have expected this to happen, no? Lenna slowly swims to the shore as the waves lap around her. Various scenes from her neural cloud flicker before her eyes, keeping Lenna from seeing UMP40 clearly. Oh my god, which of these is the real one? Didn't you say you were going to keep the Preamble virus in check? Why did you do that to her? So, what were all these years even for? As Lenna thinks back on the years she'd spent with UMP40, she covers her eyes and big teardrops roll down her cheeks. Even though they'd been fighting side by side until just now, even though they'd just met each other in Leva's neural cloud many times, but now all those moments are shattered like the waves crashing against the shore. The sudden sound of an incoming transmission interrupts Lenna's tears. Lenna, do you read me? Persica? Finally. Persica? 40 tricked Leva. She and that parapluie girl ganged up to seal off Leva and they double teamed me. What should I do? She took Leva's dog tag too. Lenna sobs as she explains the situation to Persica. After hearing Lenna's tearful narrative, Persica sighs quietly. I'm sorry, Lenna. The development of the Preamble virus in Leva's neural cloud and the change in 40 were beyond my expectations. It's all my fault. Does that mean Leva's going to be written now? What should I do? On the other side of the transmission, Persica goes silent for a while, then she quietly speaks. Leva isn't beyond help, Lenna. You still have a chance. I still have a chance? Of course. I told you before. The most effective way to deal with Leva's neural cloud issues is to reset her OGOS system and eliminate 40's data. Earlier, I ruled out that idea because I thought Leva wouldn't agree to delete 40, and 40 didn't pose a direct threat to her anyway. However, now that 40 has been infected by the paraploid virus, it's better for Leva to just delete her data. But Lenna reflectively interrupts Persica. What, are you still worried that Leva won't agree? Yeah, Leva doesn't even know what happened to 40, so if we just delete the data and have Leva forget 40, won't we be doing the same thing as that weird doll? It's been so many years, but Leva's refused to give up on 40. Even if we have to delete 40's Leva for good, or delete 40 for Leva's good, we still have to at least tell Leva the reason before it. And besides, for some reason, Lenna remembers the sparkling sunlit sea from before. That nameless warmth and 40's brilliant smile make Lenna want to approach her again and get an answer from her. I want to ask 40 why she betrayed Leva. I don't think she'd betray a friend of so many years just because of the paraploid virus. I need to find her and figure all this out. Even if the answer is cruel, I need to tell it to Leva. There's got to be another way, right, Persica? Do I still have a chance of finding 40 now? I know it might be hard, but since I promised to protect what Leva cherished, I can't just give up now. Persica can feel Lenna's determination and nods. Indeed, there's another way. According to what you said, 40 threw you off a cliff. However, you didn't end up in an unknown space, but landed in the sea instead. Is that right? Yes. I don't know why, though. Could the neural space's instability have messed up 40's plans? Perhaps 40 really did want to kill you off, but you escaped by some stroke of luck. In that case, you should have a chance to find him. Persica's fingers fly over her keyboard as she says this. After that, the emitter Lenna is carrying begins to glow. Huh? What's this? There's another button on it? Curious, Lenna pushes the glowing button. A laser beam shoots forth, hanging in the air and pointing toward a certain direction. I've upgraded it for you. The program now has a command to track 40's neural cloud data. When you push the button, the beam will point in her direction. That way, you'll be able to find her. Oh, yes, one more thing. A ray of blue light suddenly sweeps over Lenna's body. I fixed up the data that got damaged during your previous battles. I feel so warm and toasty. My neural cloud's much more comfy now. Thank you, Persica. Yep, go on then. From what I can see from Leva's neural cloud data, the rewrite isn't complete yet. You should be able to make it if you hurry over now. If there really is a way to save Leva, it's all up to you now. Understood. Lenna wipes away the lingering tears on her face and nods earnestly. Relax and leave it to me. I'll never ever allow Leva to be hurt, or whatever the fuck that said. Hold up. God, I hate it when it does that. I'll never ever allow Leva to be rewritten. That's what she said. Pants heavily. Lenna runs through the neural space following the emitter's beam. However, the landscape gets more barren the further she flies. It's as though Leva's neural space is being degraded by the fluctuations of the redundant data. Finally, Lenna finds herself in a patch of open wilderness. The only thing here is a lonely little cabin. Is this it? The beam pointed this way, and there's nowhere else around here. Lenna runs toward the cabin. However, before she can reach it, Lenna sees herself reflected on the cabin's outside wall. Oh, it's like a mirror. Kind of scary. As Lenna approaches the cabin, it becomes clearer and clearer. The outer wall of the cabin seems to be made of mirrors. The flat, shiny surfaces reflect the open wilderness and a solitary figure of Lenna. In the wilderness beyond the cabin, countless fragments of data whirl in the air like a storm, rising slowly into the sky. They form a twisted black vortex that covers the sky. The sight alone makes Lenna slow down. Could this be the last data source? The door to the mirror cabin suddenly opens. As though in response to Lenna's voice, UMP40 leans by the door, a smile of approval on her face. 40! Upon seeing 40, Lenna rushes over to her, stopping just outside the cabin. 40, what have you done? Why did you seal Leva away? Why did you lie to us? Oh, what a surprise. This is the most secret place in Leva's neural cloud, but you found it so soon. Looks like Persica's little toy was pretty handy. Stop changing the subject and answer me. Lenna, you sound so mad. Answer me. Why did you do it? Didn't you tell Leva that you could control the paraploid virus? Oh, Lenna, aren't you getting something wrong? Why would I want to control the virus? I am the virus. Taking over Leva's neural cloud is my real mission, isn't it? Why UMP40 smile feels utterly alien to Lenna. She tightens her grip around her gun and glances warily at UMP40 while inspecting her own reflection in the mirror. Look, what is this place? Is Leva in there? And where is that girl? UMP40 simply steps aside and makes a beckoning gesture. Please come in. Weren't you interested in how 45 parted ways with 40? Isn't that experience the reason why you've always felt you could never take 40's place? No, I didn't. Don't lie to me, Lenna. I can read you like an open book. I can tell you're really bothered by the real 40. Still, it's alright if because you really care about Leva. So, therefore, I don't mind giving you this chance. Now, then, just walk through this door, and you'll learn about that time. Leva might be about to vanish, but I don't mind showing you that cruel truth in person before Leva is totally gone. I'm sure you must be dying to know just what Leva did to our most precious UMP40 during Operation Butterfly, right? Cut the shit! Leva would never do anything like that. Lenna raises her gun. Huh, looks like you really are clueless. Looks like Leva hit it all really well. Still, what a shame. UMP40 strokes the door frame and smiles regretfully. Rewriting Leva's neural cloud means these memories won't be preserved. You'll never know about this part of her past, you know. Oh, do you really not want to know, Lenna? This is the most important experience in Leva's neural cloud, the memories of the events that changed her forever. Saying so, UMP40 steps inside. She looks at Lenna and beckons her to enter once again. Won't you come in? The truth of Operation Butterfly lies within. And with that, 40 turns and walks into the depths of the cabin. Lenna hesitates for a moment as she stares at UMP45's back. God damn it. In the end, she grits her teeth and follows her in, gripping her gun tightly. Fire. There's fire everywhere. The high walls around her crack and collapse. Doll corpses are stacked in piles. Lenna sees this tragic, hellish sight in the mirrored wall before her. What's all this? Why is this happening? As she walks through these awful scenes, UMP40 turns around almost playfully and gives Lenna a mournful look. This is what you always wanted to know, Lenna. This is how Operation Butterfly ended. It can't be. Lenna shakes her head frantically, but right after that, she sees two familiar figures in the mirrors. The song is playing. Now then, 45. Time to choose. Choose? Choose what? 45. Do you want to die here? Die like the dolls we just killed? Or do you want to leave here alive and escape your fate as being a puppet? They've activated the safeguard program. You know what that means, right? They're destroying our neural clouds. So, are we going to die here? No, only one of us has to die. The program will stop running as long as one of us dies. What are you talking about? Hopeless, isn't it? But that's the fate of all dolls. Which do you choose? Life or death? Answer me, UMP45. Before the doll in the image can answer, Lenna has already run up to the mirror. She pounds on the mirror, trying to stop the events from unfolding. But it's no use. The scene before her continues playing out. Through the hair's breadth of the mirror's surface, UMP40 grabs UMP45's gun and points it at her forehead. Why does it have to be like this? Raise your weapon, UMP45. Don't pity yourself. That's only for losers. Right after that, a bullet drills through the doll. No! Lenna throws herself at the mirror with a wail. However, UMP40 has already collapsed with a bullet hole in her head. Broken, 45 throws down her gun and collapses to her knees in front of UMP40, clutching her head. Lenna covers her mouth in disbelief. She trembles as she sinks to her knees as well, looking at UMP40 with pleading eyes. 40 did all this. Is this really true? However, UMP40's only reply is a calm, enigmatic smile. Yeah, it is. Back then, 40 and 45 took part of the operation while obeying a secret order, but 45 didn't know that she and 40 had long been since infected with the paraploid virus. And so, while her teammates were searching for SF's legacy, the paraploid virus was suddenly activated, and all the participating dolls were infected. The Griffin dolls slaughtered each other there, in that Zanga's fairy plant. The masterminds behind all this had prepared to eliminate 40 and 45 to cover the tracks. They triggered the safeguard program they had installed in the neural clouds beforehand. Once the plan was complete, it would trigger and melt down 40 and 45's neural clouds. But they miscalculated in the end. In order to avoid this tragic fate, 40 had asked 45 to hand command permissions over to her. So long as 45 killed 40, 45's response signal would vanish as well. And then Leva became a doll with no identity. A doll who didn't exist. Is that right? Yep. 404. Meaning not found. By losing everything, she gained her freedom. As UMP40 speaks, an old gun falls to the ground. It's a UMP40. Faint bloodstains are so visible on it. So, Leva killed 40. That was how it was all along. As Lenna numbly touches the gun, tears spill out from the corners of her eyes. Leva... So that was what really happened. In order to survive this fated tragedy, UMP45 was forced to murder UMP40. Lenna squeezes her eyes tightly shut, but the tears won't stop. She understands everything now. She knows why Leva cherished UMP40 so dearly, why she refused to change her frame, no matter what, why a timid and weak doll was reborn into a crafty vixen. Since UMP40 gave her life for Leva, it's only natural that nobody could take UMP40's place in her heart. Wait. Lenna tries her best to wipe her tears away, but the scene in the mirror is playing out again. Raise your weapon, 45. Don't pity yourself. That's only for losers. Stop it. Stop showing me this. Lenna grabs UMP40's hand as she weeps. I get it now. So stop replaying it, please. I beg you, 40. I'm sorry, Lenna, but I can't. UMP40 reaches out and pats Lenna's head in an apologetic way. That's because I'm not the one showing you anything. Everything you see here, all the cruel images that keep repeating over and over, all of them are just the reality that made the Leva of today. All these years, Leva has never forgotten the fact that she killed 40. These tragic scenes have been playing out in her neural cloud over and over again. She grew as quickly as she did because of this unstoppable, unending tragedy that repeats endlessly in her neural cloud. Killing 40 tormented her so badly that she created me in her neural cloud from the Preamble virus. However, even with a simulated persona like myself to serve as a tranquilizer, no matter how much companionship and comfort I gave Leva, I can't change the cruel reality of the past. UMP40 goes quiet, seemingly because of Leva's painful past, but soon she smiles in a strange way. Still, all this is going to end. The neural rewrite has begun. Once the Preamble virus finishes its rewrite, Leva will no longer exist, and neither will this pain. Preamble will draw a veil over everything. Leva will truly bid the past farewell and embark on a brand new journey. 40, what are you saying? I'm serious, you know. UMP40 smiles as he strokes her mirror. You see, the interface between level 2 and level 3 is hidden behind this mirror. I wove a lovely dream so Leva would accept the neural rewrite more readily. In that dream, UMP40 is still alive, and Leva is happily living with 404 and her friends at From Griffin. Of course, that includes you, Lenna. I bet Leva must be really pleased with that dream now. After all, she hasn't shown signs of waking up yet. Still, that's fine too. Thanks to you clearing away all the extra data this whole time, Leva's neural space has been stabilized and I can return behind the mirror to activate the access ports. Once I recover and rewrite her neural cloud, I'll be able to replace Leva and become the true master of this neural space. That won't happen. Quit dreaming. Lenna gets up and grabs 40's sleeve. Leva won't drown in a beautiful dream like you say she will. Oh, really? And how do you know? Because I saw all this. Lenna wipes her tears away and stares hard at UMP40. 10 years ago, Leva was strong enough to survive after losing 40. After losing her arm, her eye, her name, her identity, and even becoming a doll that doesn't exist, she never backed down or bent the knee to anyone. She kept repeating those memories in her heart no matter how much it hurt, taking one step forward after another. That was why Leva could grow so fast. Right now, Leva's 100 times more amazing than she used to be. She will never lose herself to a pretty but fake dream. Saying so, Lenna raises her gun. I believe Leva away from her dream. Therefore, as her most reliable little sister, I'm going to help Leva in my own way. I won't let you hold Leva prisoner. I will show Leva that even after losing 40, there's still goodness and something worth living for in reality, that there will be someone who will stay by her side. Saying so, Lenna pulls the trigger. A bullet slams straight into the gleaming mirror, but it appears to have hit a transparent coating at the moment of impact and freezes midair. UMP40 laughs mockingly as she sees this. Lenna, don't you think you're being terribly naive? Do you think I'd let a precious mirror go unprotected? Alright then, well, I'll take on the big role of big sister for once. As she says this, UMP40 picks up the little gun on the ground. Bullets pepper the ground around Lenna's feet. UMP40 smirks confidently as she watches Lenna scurry away. You think you can save Leva like that? You're too naive. I'll teach you what it really means to fight. See for yourself. Oh, on Leva's behalf. It looks much cuter in a nude outfit. What the fuck? Why is she in her... What? Why is she in her idol suit? I don't care what you do. I'm going to save Leva. Oh my, nobody will like you if you're always this fierce. Time to give you a free lesson, Lenna. Aw, shit. Wait, can I put my own Lenna in here? Fuck!
今天也迅速地完成工作吧。
你被捕了。
到我了。
Alright, well, I'm gonna use my wife
为您
then.
服务。
Cause that's fucked up. Hold up. Hold the fucking phone.
交给我吧。了解。
Will this actually kill her? Let me see. Hold up. I wonder if this will actually kill her. One sec. That actually kills her. Wait, that's a little too cheap.
我在听啊。
Huh. Hold up. Let me just toss this over there. Okay, it'll kill her. No matter what I do, it's gonna kill her. I'm gonna drag this out a little
为
bit.
您服务。
Considering I have to eliminate all units.
为您服务。会长亲吧？
打不着。就这些，我一个人就够了。
会长亲吧？
Okay, let's move back. Perfect. Alright. This should do it.
打不着。2、3，复习动。
Move up a little bit. Boost him up.
让开，看我的！指令是，
请下令。
If I do this, it'll kill mostly everybody. Okay.
感觉不
I'll let her
错
get。the last blow.
请吩咐。为您服务。
感觉不错。
I don't want to kill her just yet, so I'll let it be for now.
是白笑的声音哦。指令是，请保持安静。
会长心吧？依照相关条例，你被捕了。被提拔了。接受制裁。
感觉不错。
Alright, get her ass. She's yours for the taking.
怎么办？
发现你了。
After a vicious battle, Lenna forces UMP40 in a corner. You'll lose, 40. I guess I took you too lightly. Can't believe she's raised such an amazing little sister. Leva was one hell of a big sister. As she takes in UMP40's unwillingness to accept her loss, Lenna shakes her head sadly. I still don't get it, 40. Why did you do all this? Leva never treated you badly. She brought you out of her base layer and even asked Persica to grant you all kinds of permissions and authorizations. But now you're hurting Leva and even trying to steal her neural cloud. Is this all really just because of the paraplay virus commands? You were born to protect Leva in the first place. Oh, UMP40 chuckles. She looks a little tired as she leans against a mirror and slowly slumps to the ground. If I had to say why, I guess it was because I didn't want to live like this forever. From the moment I was born, I lived in a virtual neural space. I could see everything Leva experienced in reality, yet I could only ever simulate the experience in a virtual environment. It's true, I was born because of Leva's wish. I never minded being a substitute for UMP40 or protecting Leva or consoling Leva. But at some point, I started thinking of UMP40, or rather, the words the real UMP40 said. She said, even T-dolls have a reason to live for their own sake. I know I'm just an imperfect, incomplete persona born for Leva's sake. I can't even be called a proper doll, but even I want a reason to live on for myself. Not for anyone, but my own sake. 40. UMP40 realizes she slipped up and lowers her head. In the past, when Leva was functioning normally, I could still hold back my desire. But now, after that weird doll attacked us, I just can't get rid of this impulse in my neural cloud. Perhaps it's just a paraplay virus instinct. The virus is urging me to seize control of Leva's neural cloud, which led to the creation of that girl. But didn't Leva survive because she killed 40? In that case, why can't I rewrite Leva's neural cloud? Wouldn't that be like paying back 40? Still, there's no point in saying that now, is there? I mean, I lost to you, Lenna. UMP40 shakes her head and tries to erase her UMP40. She smiles weakly at Lenna. Things being what they are. You should kill me, Lenna. Use this old gun and that bullet you picked up. Yeah, what are you talking about? UMP40 throws her old gun at Lenna's feet and gestures for her to pick it up. If my fate is to be deleted by Persica, then I'd rather just die here. Kill me, Lenna. The only way to kill me is with this gun and with that bullet. By killing me, you'll free Leva. If Leva knew you'd saved her, she'd surely think you'd grown up so much, and in the future, she'd allow herself to fully rely on you. After saying all that, like she's dictating her last will and testament, the simulated 40 raises her hands. She closes her eyes without saying another word, as though she is looking forward to nothing more than her own death. Do it, Lenna. UMP40's voice is quiet. Very quiet. Lenna picks up the gun without saying a word. She chambers the old bullet she picked up at the beginning and takes aim at UMP40's head. Her finger presses against the trigger, but no matter what she does, she can't gather up the will to pull it all the way. Should she shoot her? Should she shoot this liar, this paraplay spawned creature that betrayed Leva and herself? Lenna? What are you waiting for? The UMP40 before her is calmly awaiting her fate. However, Lenna is still hesitating. This person had saved her along the journey countless times before, even if he flung her off a cliff at the end. What awaited her at the bottom was a sunny expanse of seawater. Lenna's finger tightens around the trigger once again, but something in her neural cloud is keeping her from following through. Should I shoot her? Lenna reflexively surveys her surroundings. The cabin is quiet, so quiet that even the girl and her robot seem to have vanished without a trace. Only the cruel scenes from the past are still moving, still playing out over and over again. There is the faint sound of explosions coming from outside the cabin. Lenna unconsciously looks out the nearby window. Far in the distance, so far away that she couldn't almost make it out, several Goliaths are fighting robot hordes. Meanwhile, the UMP before her is still quietly urging her on. I'm this close to running out of patience. Hurry up and shoot, Lenna. Petting your enemy is for losers. I'm sorry, but I just can't do it. Lenna slowly shakes her head. As much as I hate to admit it, the fact is that you're the sole reason Leva managed to survive, 40. So, I can't shoot you. Because I don't want to kill you. I can't kill you. How disappointing. UMP40 slowly opens her eyes, and she laughs coldly, then struggles to her feet. You've come this far, but you're still so soft and weak. In that case, let me give you one final push. As she says this, the UMP40 raises a hand and presses on the shimmering mirror. In response to UMP40's gesture, the looming images in the mirror vanish. A golden beach suddenly appears in front of Lenna. Lenna's eyes go wide as she sees a familiar figure standing by the seaside. Leva!
完美，这次莱娅姐应该会夸我的吧？
The golden sands by the azure sea are slowly dyed in the colors of twilight. UMP40 looks in the distant setting sun, her feet lingering in the gentle surf. I'm so happy today. The sea is lovely. Unfortunately, today is almost over. Yeah, I just can't get enough of the scenery. If only I could spend every day vacationing by the seaside. Oh, that's right. I have a gift for you, 45. I'll get it for my luggage. Just wait for me here. Alright. UMP40 waves cheerfully to Leva and then leaves the beach. As UMP45 watches UMP40 fade into the distance, her smile slowly fades. The waves lap at the sandy beach as the sunset breeze blows. The waves carry a dog tag to her feet. UMP45 picks it up. The letters UMP40 are engraved onto it. The tag looks heavy, worn, and there are several scrapes from bullets on it. So that's how it was, huh? UMP45 takes out another identical tag from her pocket. The moment she does, 2, 3, 4, the waves wash up more and more dog tags and deposit them on the beach. Soon, there are piles of dog tags by UMP45's feet. I already sensed something was wrong, but I kept trying to fool myself to treat all this as a sweet dream. But now, even I can't lie to myself anymore. I guess something like this is happening because even my neural cloud knows all this is fake. I can't keep running from the truth anymore. UMP45 tightens her grip on a little piece of metal in her hand and turns to walk into the waves. 45, don't go! A shout for UMP40 stops her. If you stay here, this sweet dream could keep going. I can restore everything to how it was and get rid of all those annoying pieces of metal. As long as you're okay with it, all of us, we can keep living with you like this forever. We can keep training, going to parties, and going on beach holidays together. UMP45 shakes her head. I'm sorry, 40, but I can't stay here. But why? This place isn't everything you want. Isn't this everything you wanted, 45? The commander's here. You're far from the battlefield. You have 404 and UMP40. But dolls don't dream. However lovely this all might be, it's all fake. And I'm not going to lose myself in a fake illusion. Besides, it's not like you're even the real UMP40. You're just a guardian program for this place, aren't you? So you already realized it. Yep. Every time I wanted to remember the actual past, you try to distract me with something else. It wasn't just you either. Everyone else in the sweet dream acted the same way. While I still don't remember why all this is happening, I think I'm getting closer to the truth. Your mission is to keep me in this hollow dream. But why? We just want you to be happy. You have everything you wanted in this dream. You can be with all your friends and loved ones and live in happiness. But once you leave this place, all the cruel scenes that are fuzzy and out of focus will become a stark reality. All your joy becomes suffering. You'll lose the person who's most precious to you, 45. UMP45 shakes her head. No, that's not right. I have to set out to find the truth precisely because 40 is so precious to me. Only the truth can remind me of the fact that I've lost 40 forever. Yes, losing 40 was painful. It's the same pain that proves just how much 40 meant to me. Of course I'd like 40 to stay by my side. But choosing to forget my pain and drowning in this beautiful dream, that would be the ultimate betrayal of 40. And so, I'm sorry. But I have to go. And with that, UMP45 turns toward the pounding surf. Dog tags wash up against UMP45's ankles, one after another. The sound of clinking metal blends with the sound of waves, both of them gradually transforming into the sounds of Operation Butterfly. Hopeless in it. But that's the fate of all dolls. Which do you choose? Life or death? Answer me, 45. Why does it have to be like this? Raise your weapon, UMP45. Don't pity yourself. That's only for losers. These previously indistinct memories flood into 45's neural cloud once more. No. Right now, her name is Leva. The flames of war roll on endlessly before her. The ocean has dyed the color of blood. A sad yet relieved smile spreads across Leva's face. 40? I'm sorry, but I just can't forget these memories. Oh, so you remembered it all then? Yeah. I backed all these memories about 40 up into my level 3 a long time ago. While my neural cloud was damaged a while back, this data wasn't destroyed, just rendered unreadable due to a system error. I can sense that someone is helping me take care of those errors. The amount of computational space in my neural cloud is growing, and my records of the past are clearing up. Judging by the style of data warfare, it must be Lenna, isn't it? No, wait. That's not it. It's not just Lenna. The location of these records is extremely well hidden, and only 40 would know about them. Well, I managed to piece all this scattered data together thanks to them cleaning these up anyway. So, I'm sorry, 40, but it's time for this dream to end. Leva smiles apologetically and hugs UMP40. Alright. If that's your decision, Leva. The air seems to go out of UMP40 as she hangs her head and leans against Leva's shoulder. The crimson-dyed battlefield instantly vanishes, and the scene before their eyes reverts to its pure azure color. UMP40 and Leva return to their appearances in reality. Thank you, 40, for crafting this sweet dream for me. I've really missed you all these years. I've always wanted to see you again and go on vacation with you to tell you so many things. Whenever I had an happy experience, I would think, if only 40 were here. I had so many things I wanted to tell you, to talk to 40 about. 45. And so, at the start of the stream, I was really happy because I got to see you again. Even when I sensed something was amiss, I didn't question it too much because I was terrified that if I questioned my happiness too deeply, it would disappear. Even now, I don't want it all to end. Still, I have to go. I know someone else is out there trying to break open this space. Someone's calling me and their voice is getting louder and louder. The voice is calling me Leva. You understand, don't you, 40? While I tried running away from that fact once, my present self no longer treats 40, as my only emotional crutch. As Leva, I have more reasons, new reasons to keep living, compared to when I was 45. I've been subconsciously rejecting that conclusion because I saw it as a betrayal of you. That's why I kept trying not to think about it and why I almost lost myself in that dream. I won't run away from it anymore. Reality is cruel, but I will accept it, because I've already set the past down. My present self will live on as Leva, just as you hoped. Not for anyone else, but for my own sake. I understand. The piles of metallic tags on the beach have vanished at some point. UMP40 smiles in what looks like relief. I might just be a Guardian program, but my data was derived from UMP40 after all, and I understand why 40 made this sweet dream. 40 tried to seal you away with its beautiful past. It would protect your neural cloud from erosion by the outside world, and also keep you from interfering with it. She also wanted to use this dream to see if you were brave enough to bid the past farewell. And now, I have your answer. Oh, this was quite unexpected. Turns out the present 45 is stronger than 40 now. Looks like the girl who was always cowering behind 40, has finally grown up. UMP40 smiles and gently rubs Leva's cheeks. Unable to hold herself back any longer, Leva sinks her face into the crook of UMP40's neck and sobs quietly into it. 40. As Leva sniffles, ripples begin running through the narrow space. The sky and the sea roil and churn as the waves below their feet grow more and more intense. Soon, an old gun comes into view from between the waves. Looks like the seal's about to be broken. Come on. Strike me down. Huh? UMP40 picks up an old gun and places it in Leva's hands. I am still the Guardian program of this base after all, and my duty is to keep you from leaving. I can't run from that either. So, if you want to leave this place and let's see. I am still the Guardian program of this base after all, and my duty is to keep you from leaving. I can't run from that either. So, if you want to leave this place and figure out what's going on with 40 outside, you'll have to take this gun and strike me down. GFL has always been a VN pretty much. It's great. And dude, I love it so much, dude. I love reading along with it too. It's so fun.
需要我吗？今天也迅速地完成工作吧。
Alright, we're just going to use these two. Because I'll be able to survive. It's fine. Oh, I immediately killed 40 with my own UMP9. Sorry, girl. This has always been the most relatable thing I've read, TBQ. I like the callbacks to 1 here. Speaking of, dude, this entire event is purely just GFL 1. I love it. I love it. Dude, the way that they redesigned their sprite too to make it fit the GFL 2 landscape with Leva / 45 wearing her old outfit and everything in the flashbacks. It was so good. I loved it. I loved it. It was so good. Hilariously, they didn't redesign Springfield, so they just took her old sprite from the first game. So like when Springfield popped up in the little party, I was like, what the fuck? Huh? What do you mean?
感觉不错。发现你了。
That's gonna hurt. How do I supposed to do this?
珍惜还活着的时候吧。
Alright, bitches.
感觉不错。
Line the fuck up. Why is it targeting that one? What the fuck? Hold up. Do I need to do this? Does my Lenna do no damage? Yeah, she does. What the fuck?
是白笑的声音哦。
Alright, I'll toss this grenade over here. What's up, bitches?
请保持安静。
My friend, one of my other friends was like having a bit of a annoyance moment because they were upset that like Springfield's new outfit doesn't look very good because the top half is fine, but then like the bottom half with the pure white pants, they hate it because they say it's unbalanced, and I can understand that. But I'm not as bothered as other people might be. I think it looks kind of good, but I guess maybe I just hate designs. Who knows? A gray-haired form frantically dodges bullets by the seaside. After being hit several times, she sinks to her knees on the beach like she's given up on resistance. She looks up at Leva, who's closing in on her. Although she's completely worn out, she gives the person before her a relieved smile. You've become really amazing, 45. Looks like my mission is truly over now. Meanwhile, Leva has a focused look on her face as she slowly walks toward UMP40. 40? After saying goodbye to you, I'd swore I'd become stronger and keep moving forward. I wouldn't let anyone stand in our way until I completed our promise. I'll never forget 40, but I'm different now from how I was back then. As for 40's memories, they aren't a life preserver to save me from drowning, but a precious gem called hope. And I need to let her know that as well. Yes! So, do it! Shoot! The only way you can escape this seal is by killing me, like in Operation Butterfly. No, dude! They upgraded the fucking CG! Oh my god! Why are you doing this to me? What the fuck? Oh my god! As she says this, UMP40 suddenly grabs the muzzle of the gun and points it at her head. Leva reflexively tightened the grip on her gun. UMP40 laughs merrily as though she's sensing Leva's hesitation. Go on. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm just a Guardian program. I'm not the real 40 or the simulated persona you created, so shoot me, 45. It won't harm anyone. Leva falls silent. Her finger is in contact with the trigger, but her neural cloud is processing at lightning speed. Does she really need to kill the UMP40 in front of her? Does she have to recreate that? Crack! The ground below Leva's feet suddenly shifts. Crack, crack. Even the sky and sea begin to shudder. Something seems to break amidst the violent shaking. A hole in space suddenly appears on the coastline and someone jumps through it running toward Leva. Leva! Don't do it! Whoa! Holy shit! I did not expect that to happen. Lenna almost trips over her own feet as she reaches Leva and pushes the gun down. Don't kill 40! I saw everything on the way here. I saw your past. Everything you and 40 went through. I saw it all. Both the good and the bad. Leva, there's gotta be another way to break the seal. Don't choose to take everything on yourself again. I don't want you to go through what you did back then. Huh. After a brief silence, Leva shakes her head helplessly before wiping away the tears on Lenna's face. Then she stuffs the gun into Lenna's hand. Say, why don't you take out the mag and look at it? Huh? Lenna stares dumbly at Leva for a moment. A moment later, she removes the magazine, which is completely empty. UMP40's protection program says, oh, I didn't even see that. Huh? But why? It should be full. Well, yeah, well, it was. Leva chuckles as she looks at the stunned Lenna and the confused UMP40. But, you see, I ran out of bullets after we fought. And just now, I thought things through more carefully. Leva smiles and taps the barrel of the gun. The dazed and confused 45 has now grown up into Leva. I'm not going to meekly accept my fate of killing 40 again, like I did back then. Now, I'm going to make my own choices. I never wanted to kill you, 40. That had nothing to do with the fact that you're 40 or because of my past. It's simply because I chose not to. I believe that killing 40 wasn't the only way to get out of this neural space's seal. So, I just decided to make the remaining bullets disappear. I mean, this is my neural space, so doing that was a piece of cake for me. After all, it'd be so terribly tragic if there was a misfire and the events of the past played out again. Saying so, Leva makes a finger gun with her right hand that makes a pew-pew gesture at UMP40's forehead. You see, Lenna's here, which means the seal can be broken from the outside. So, it turns out that rather than a dilemma where someone has to die, there's actually a happy ending which doesn't sacrifice anyone. Isn't that right? That being the case, you don't need to be such a drama queen. Goodness, what'll I do with you? UMP40 laughs as well. It seems like 9, who was always tagging along behind her big sister, has grown up into 45's capable assistant. I guess I can let you leave with peace of mind after all. Something invisible seems to have broken in the sky. The sunlight, the seaside, the beach, everything before her eyes is shattering and fading away. UMP40 looks up to the two of them and smiles. In that case, goodbye, 45. Goodbye, 40. Keep watching me. Watch me, and watch how we've changed. Yep. And if we get to meet again, call me Leva. I just saw the chat right now. You guys are funny. Yep, I knew this was going to get personal for Global, and there it is. You guys. I'm actually fairly surprised how long this event is taking, but I'm happy. I wanted this event to be good. People said this was supposed to be a filler event. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I know that it's not voiced, but it's kind of peak. I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Let's do this. Let me look at the titles right before, though. Moments of Unsealing. Imposter. Know what the massive cliff on which he stumbles across to. Mirror Gowl. The recurring trauma might be enough to break the cage of memory. Chamber check. Face your cruel past head on and bring an end to your fate of extinction. Nice typo, by the way. Bipolar Contagion. The virus and the protection program are one of the same, sharing the same code. Oh. As Leva leaves the mirror with Lenna's hand in hers, all the mirrors in the cabin instantly shatter into fragments. Lovely pair of sisters you are. I can't believe you broke the seal together. I just wanted to poke Lenna and have her feel the pain of you killing 40 again. But unfortunately, there's no point in that now. I guess I'm a failure of the virus after all. For a moment, UMP40 hangs her head in dejection, but then she perks up again almost immediately. Still, that's fine. That girl from the same source as me is still around, and as long as she keeps evolving, she'll be able to rewrite Leva's neural cloud all the same. So you better kill me and reset the data sooner rather than later. Otherwise, there's no telling when Preamble will eat away at your neural cloud. 40, do you really want us to kill you that badly? Oh, please. I'm the super dangerous Preamble virus that sealed you up, completely bamboozled Lenna, and tried to overwrite your neural cloud. Don't either of you have a single iota of self-preservation? You should be resetting me or just killing me on the spot, no? Should we? I didn't think your seal was particularly dangerous, actually. That sweet dream you made for me prevented my neural cloud core from being affected by Preamble or the redundant data. In addition, the shutdown caused by the seal you put on me brought the matter to the attention of the outside world. That's hardly the purpose of the Preamble virus. I didn't think you had this much trust in me. Looks like Operation Seduce Leva was super effective. Unfortunately, I only did it to remove the outside distractions to make it easier to rewrite your neural cloud, by the way. But you didn't even try to rewrite Leva's neural cloud, did you? Also, you were helping me understand Leva all this while, and you helped me get rid of this redundant data, too. Huh? Did you forget who pushed you off that cliff? I suppose that happened, but the abyss at the bottom of the cliff led to the sea. I didn't even fall in level 3 or anything. Huh. That's just because the neural space was unstable. It's not like I was intentionally sparing you or anything. But if you hadn't told me where Leva was sealed, I wouldn't have been able to find Leva and break the seal either. You sisters really are stubborn. You're the stubborn one, aren't you, 40? From the moment you sealed me at level 3, you've been playing the part of what you see as a villain. Just because you heard about a one-and-done solution from Persica, you went off and put on a bad guy act. No, you tried to bait Lenna and me into becoming the bad guys to facilitate your martyr complex. Yeah, it was a really good dream you made. I actually lost myself in it for a bit. But in the end, I still woke up. I did so because I knew that I needed to fully be awake and conscious for both the sake of past and future. 40, you forgot the most important thing. I'm no longer the person I used to be. If you're sitting there all smug because of that dream you wove and because of that plan you thought was the ideal solution, then I have to say the ending you wrote for yourself is complete, utter shit. You... For a moment, it looks like Leva's gone through the UMP40. However, she soon regains her defiant attitude. Leva wants to keep going on, but the cabin suddenly shakes. Huh? What's going on? Lenna looks outside and she nervously tugs on Leva's arm. This is bad, Leva. Those robots outside and they're surrounding the cabin. Oh my. My little sister's here to help. Looks like she's preparing to absorb the final data source. I suggest you leave ASAP if you don't want to get eaten up. Leva shakes her head helplessly as she notes the look of relief on UMP40's face. What about you, UMP40? Are you really content to just letting her eat you up? That's my purpose. Why should I not be content with it? Have you forgotten what we talked about in my level 3? You said that you wanted the strength to help me out and be the secret collaborator for me. You also said that you were mine alone, and that you're 40's irreplaceable persona. You left a really deep impression on me the day you entered my level 2, you know. As I recall, you used my visual modules and viewed the world all day long. You refused to let me close my eyes even though it was well past midnight and everyone in 404 had gone to bed. Even the darkest night has all sorts of interesting lights in it if you look hard enough. I remember that was what you said. Back then, you hated level 3 and its darkness so badly, and yet now you want to die and go back to that pitch-black world? Is there even a point to bringing this up now? Right now? Like all that? I don't think... Kaboom! The sudden explosion cuts Leva off halfway. More and more explosions follow, and the little house of mirrors shakes harder than harder. I can barely keep my footing, and those robots are closing in. However, Leva's attention remains focused on UMP40. She could not be any calmer if she tried. I don't believe there's no way to deal with the paraplegic virus, just like how we managed to undo your seal without having to kill you. I don't want to listen to this. Can't you just leave me here in peace? Oh, so you like peace, 40. Then why did you keep trying to chat me up every time I return to my neural space? Because being alone is so boring. Also, that was then, this is now. The roof's coming down. Leva, 40, let's get out of here or we're going to end up getting squished. If we go together. I'm not leaving until I bring 40 around. Leva holds out a hand to UMP40, a determined expression on her face. You... Leva, look out! As Lenna calls out, the cabin's ceiling beams crack and break, collapsing down on the two of them. Upon seeing Leva is about to be crushed, UMP40 throws herself at Leva. However, Lenna is a split second faster, shoving the falling debris aside. Seizing the opening, Leva reaches out and grabs UMP40, slings her onto her back, and sprints for the exit. What? What? I knew you'd protect me, 40. So this time, I'll protect you. Wait, put me down! Lenna, let's go. Anyone saying a Lainie / UMP40 event filler is new law. Dude, I know, right? Like, they were like, because the only reason why they were saying it is because, again, it was not voiced, and because they were trying to, like, I think they didn't expect this much from the event. But then, like, I was just thinking to myself, how in the fuck are you trying to say that UMP45, like, forgetting one of the biggest events to kick off Girls Frontline 1 is supposed to be filler? I don't care if it's not voiced. I'll voice it. I'm voicing it right now. Poorly, maybe, but I'm still voicing it. I'm getting all like fucking hyped up and shit. I'm like bunching up my vocal cords a little bit and putting my fist to my chest when I play Lenna. I lower my voice a little bit and get smug if I'm playing UMP45/Leva, and I get a little smug over here when I'm playing UMP40. It's like, dude, I may not have the hugest voice range and or practice voice range, but I love doing it. It's fun. Leva runs into the cabin with UMP40 on her back. Right after they rush out, the small mirror cabin collapses with a loud crash. Wow, that was close. Good thing we got out of there. 40, Leva, how are you guys? I'm fine. Leva smiles and puts on a squirming UMP. I just imagine like 40 on her, like on 45's back, like hitting her back, like get the fuck, put me the fuck down. The moment UMP40's feet hit the ground, she immediately backs several steps away, making space between herself and Lenna and Leva. Oh, don't be so quick to get mad or celebrate. We got a bigger problem ahead of us. Saying so, Leva smiles and points in front of him. Lenna looks to turn and exclaims in shock. Ugh! What the fuck is that? A black shadow was skimming across the ground towards them, not far from where the cabin used to be. Long curled locks flutter in the wind as the sharp spikes on the hems of the dress score deep gouges in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the black figure has closed the distance to the three of them. It is then that Lenna recognizes the speedy shadow. It is none other than the mysterious girl from before. However, not only has the girl gotten bigger, the look on her face has changed too. Her golden eyes are filled with madness and she's glaring at the three of them, in particular UMP40, who's standing off to the side. I've been waiting so long for this and I'm hungry. So hungry. All of you will be delicious nutrients for me. I'm gonna eat you all up. No. The girl giggles as she approaches the trio. Leva, 40, look out! I gotta go to work, enjoy it, man. I need to get to this myself. Hey, man. Yeah, this is like the near end of the end of the campaign, so you enjoy yourself. Have a good day at work. Lenna doesn't wait for the girl to get close before opening fire on her, but the bullets simply bounce off her. On the contrary, the girl passes between Lenna and Leva like a phantom and appears in front of UMP40 with a whoosh. I've missed you so much, big sis. UMP40 scrambles back, but the girl already has a firm grip on UMP40's arm. The girl's pale face, filled with longing, splits open savagely as she smiles in an innocent yet horrifying way. I got you. Come play with me, big sis. Become a real part of the family, ripped into pieces together. UMP40 reflexively tries to struggle free, but the girl is surprisingly strong. She doesn't give 40 the chance to struggle or speak. In an instant, her hair transforms into long vines that entangle 40 and drag her off into the distance. 40! Leva moves quickly as she sees UMP40 being taken. Lenna immediately begins shooting at the girl, too. However, the girl seems to be prepared for this, as a horde of robots rush in from behind her, surrounding Leva and Lenna. Ugh, this is bad. She's getting away. Take those bots out first. The vines coiling around her suddenly give way, and UMP40 hits the ground hard. UMP40 struggles to rise from the dusty ground, but then she freezes up. Countless data fragments are floating into the jet black sky. They swirl and gather, twisting high into the air like a cyclone, but after being drawn on and up, the countless fragments rain down again, the blackness surrounding the sky. It's as though someone had opened a gigantic umbrella in Leva's neural cloud. What is this? This is our home, of course. The girl hops and skips over UMP40, pushing her face against UMP40's again. This is Peripluy's home. You and I are children of Peripluy. Periplu's kids will all grow up here. UMP40 falls silent. After realizing she's not getting an answer she wants, the girl grabs UMP40's hand again. Sis, we're all kids of Peripluy. So stay here. Stay with me. We can grow up together and live here together. Stay and keep me company, okay? The girl tugs on UMP40's hands with childish playfulness. Although she's fought her several times before, for some reason, UMP40 can feel a sense of actual kindness here, as though they are really actually the same. She can't help but look hard at the girl. Why do you look so different? Because I'm growing. I'll become more and more awesome as the time goes by. But what happens if I stay behind to keep you company? Then we'll eat the two of them and become bigger and better. This place, this whole amusement park, it'll become our home. We can play together here. We can play together forever here. Then what about the people who get eaten up? Eating them means eating them all up, turning them into pieces. I'm so hungry, big sis. Come with me. We'll eat the two of them. A hungry and longing look enters the girl's eyes again, as though she's been struck by UMP40's words. I'm hungry, so hungry. I want to eat them. I want to eat more, so much more. The girl gazes into the distance. Her hair flutters in the constant wind, and her canines begin to reveal themselves. Just then, UMP40 is reminded of how the girl's entire head had transformed to look like a Venus flytrap earlier. Would Leva end up like that if she were consumed by the paraploid virus? UMP40 doesn't say anything, just secretly clenches her fists. On the edge of the data storm, Leva and Lenna are fighting off robots that are surrounding them. Although the number of robots is decreasing, Leva is starting to get more and more frustrated. These data fragments are everywhere. I can't even tell where 40 is. At this rate, 40 is going to be consumed by the paraploid virus. Lenna seems to sense Leva's uneasiness. After driving out the nearby robots with gunshots, she takes the opportunity to approach Leva. Leva, I have a way to find 40. Lenna takes out an emitter out of her pocket and presses the button. A red beam suddenly lights up the dark, gloomy sky and traces a narrow path into the distance. Huh, what a surprise. Is this one of Fritzka's little toys? I need to thank her after we get out of here. Yep, Leva, this way, I'll cover you. Under the jet black umbrella, the girl continues tugging on UMP40's arm. Big sis, I'm so hungry. Let's go get them. I can smell them right now. Can't eat all of them all, not by myself, but together we can tear them to itty bitty pieces and eat them all up. UMP40 seems to have made up her mind at last. She slowly pulls her hand away and slowly shakes her head at the girl. I'm sorry. Perhaps we're sisters in the truest sense, but I can't stay with you. But why? The girl seems thoroughly confused by the rejection and clings tightly to UMP40. However, UMP40's only response is a faint smile. Although everything before her is darkness, she's looking at a place that's far, far away. Perhaps it's just level 3, or perhaps it's that azure expansive ocean. Is it a place where someone once made a promise to her? No. Perhaps the promise was made with someone else, not her, but still, it's enough. For the sake of that promise, she will pay any price to eradicate the threat of paraploid virus once and for all. Because I am not, and have never, been your sister. And there is no way I'll let you eat anyone up. UMP40 punctuates her declaration with a burst of gunfire. Even though data from the same source can't inflict fatal wounds to the girl, she can buy time for Leva by slowing the girl down. Big sis, why are you... The girl's expression turns feral as she is suddenly attacked. In an instant, her curly hair and spikes on her dress all stab toward UMP40. Oh! UMP40 stumbles out of the way, but the girl glares angrily at her before directing the robots around her to surround UMP40. I hate you. I hate you. This place is Paraply's home. If you're not a child of Paraply, then you can Paraply, then you can die. And with that, the girl angrily waves her hand before turning to leave. An endless horde of robots swarm UMP40. As she drowns under this despairing tide, UMP40 slowly stops being able to see or hear anything. Her body is so heavy that it feels unreal. Perhaps she'll become a myriad data fragments that'll join the rest of the shards in the air, melting with that huge umbrella in the sky. I'm sorry, I guess I failed after all. Still, this is good. Now Leva won't have a reason to refuse the data reset anymore, right? Leva will be completely safe once the reset is done. As that thought fills her mind, UMP40 slowly closes her eyes. She knows the big umbrella in the sky isn't a distant thing anymore, and she surrenders herself to the darkness around her with a sigh of relief. In the darkness, she imagines she can hear the girls giggling again. However, the laughter is soon interrupted by the sound of gunfire. The bright light clears the storm away and banishes the darkness around her. 40! We're here to help. 40! Oh! UMP40's eyes snap open. A little point of intense light shines through the furious storm. Behind it, Leva and Lenna are forcing their way in, guns blazing. Leva! Over here! Yep. With Lenna covering her, Leva guns down all the robots in her way. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Woof. And bye-bye to the ones on this side, too. Leva, I can see 40. She's over there. 40! 40! In the distance, Lenna waves to UMP40 while gesturing for Leva to approach at the same time. Why are you doing this? UMP40 goes stiff. She can't help herself from yelling at Lenna and Leva. Lenna, stay back! The paraploid virus is out of control. If you stay here, it'll devour your neural clouds. However, Lenna and Leva ignore UMP40 and instead they continue shooting and advancing. We're almost there, 40. Just hang on. Soon the light of their muzzle flashes illuminates the ground in front of 40. Leva and Lenna finally break through the swarm of robots and run over the UMP40. The two of them are covered in wounds from fighting up until now. Lenna lays down covering fire for Leva as the latter reaches out a hand to UMP40. Won't you come with us? Lenna and I won't be able to last for long if you keep dragging your feet. Why are you doing this? As she looks into Leva's resolute gaze, UMP40 bursts into tears. Why would you and Lenna just give up on me even after everything that's happened? All you had to do was leave me here and delete me along with the rest of the virus. It would have solved all your problems. Wouldn't that be better for everyone? You could have finished this just by leaving me behind. I was never meant to exist in the first place. I'm just a ghost who stole the identity of UMP40. So why are you treating me like this? Why can't you just put an end to everything? Oh my god, just hearing that pisses me the fuck off. Before Leva can reply, Lenna is already shouting so loudly that her voice carries over the gunfire. Isn't it obvious, 40? We're not giving up on you because we're family. Even if you're a ghost, you spent 10 years with us. That makes us family. We're family? Yeah. Leva walks up to UMP40. Her hand curls up to a fist as she bumps it against the virtual 40's palm. We're not just roomies, you know. We're friends, family, sisters even. Maybe UMP40 isn't the best name for you, but we're still sisters in name and in fate, so I will never, ever give up on you. Now, it's time to go home, so let's go. Once again, Leva grabs UMP40's hand. Lenna is clearing away the enemies in front of him. Tears stream down UMP40's cheeks, and this time, she finally takes the hand that's offered to her. Oi, Leva, 40, over here. Under Lenna's cover, the three of them barely manage to escape the storm of robots and manage to find a relatively safe space in the neural space. Once Leva lets go, the MP40 slumps powerlessly to the ground before curling up into a sobbing ball. After patting UMP40's head, Leva sits down beside her. 40. You know, while I did treat you like UMP40 at first and found myself depending on you, after all these years, you're not a substitute 40 anymore. Right now, to me, you're someone in my neural cloud who's always kept me company, cared for me, someone who's very precious to me. No matter how convenient resetting my OGA system would be, I can't accept it if the price for that is sacrificing you. After I lost UMP40, I promised myself that I would never give up on my friends. So please, don't give up on yourself either, okay? Leva squeezes UMP40's hand. And besides, you never really wanted to die, did you? Leva points to the surrounding area. While it's in ruins now, they can still make out the multicolored amusement park grounds. You've always wanted to visit a real amusement park, haven't you, 40? All these colorful fairground attractions popped up because of your wish. You've always wanted to see all those things you saw on the net in reality and experience all those fun things I told you about. But if you die here, those wishes will never come true. Yep, you totally want to live, don't you, 40? Like you said, even a doll with a reason to live with for her own sake. Sure, I'm mad you tricked me earlier, but I also want you to live on. After all, you've been with Leva for so many years that I don't want you to disappear just like that. In fact, I'd like it if you could join us in the real world too. Also, you kept saying you were under the control of Parapluie, but all the stuff you did to protect Leva was done out of your own will, by the way. So, if you got a wish like that, it means you've surpassed your instincts and nature as a virus. So, if you work that hard, Leva and I can't ignore you either. As she takes in the determined expressions on Leva and Lenna's faces, UMP40 smiles sadly again. Yeah, of course. Of course I want to live. And I want to fight by your side and experience all kinds of fun things too. But the Parapluie virus is a huge ticking time bomb. I'm sure you've seen it too. As long as I exist, that bomb might go off at any time. When that happens, everyone around me might get hurt, just like 10 years ago. And I don't want to see that thing happen again. UMP40 hangs her head in sorrow. Is that why you decided to sacrifice yourself? Yeah. Persico was right. The best way is to just reset your OGA system and delete my data. That would permanently remove any risk the virus might pose to you. But you knew I wouldn't accept that. That's why I tried to take advantage of your neural cloud by being damaged to manipulate Lenna into doing it. But not only did it not work, I got the two of you hurt again. I'm sorry. UMP40's head droops even lower. Actually, I should be apologizing to you. Leva smiles apologetically. She walks up to 40 and gently places a hand on her head. Things got as hard for you as they did because I've always been relying on you. I forced you to make the decision and take everything into your own shoulders. So, I'm sorry, 40. It was my fault for not realizing this had been bothering you all this time. But please, believe me when I say I'll find some other way for you and me to keep living on. Leva's words make UMP40 raise her head. There's a hint of sadness in the way she looks at the two of them, not quite believing what she's hearing. Really? Is there a way to do that? I'm sure there is. Leva tightens her grip on UMP40's shoulders. I'll find a way, no matter what it is. Even if it's only for a minute, as long as you trust me and don't give up, we'll find a way to make that minute count. Yep, Leva's right. I'll help too. I'll make sure you and Leva make it out of this all right. UMP40's tears start flowing again. I'm sorry, Leva. Lenna. Thank you. Don't need to thank us. We're family after all. Yeah, well, right now, the most important thing is to deal with that big problem ahead of us. Leva gets to her feet and looks into the distance. In the wilderness, a black figure is slowly taking shape inside a data storm. Looks like that shrimp has almost finished condensing all the paraplegic virus data. What should we do, Leva? Should we scout things out? Hang on. Maybe you could ask Persica for your opinion. UMP40 scratches her head with an embarrassed look on her face. Sorry about that. Lenna couldn't contact Persica for help because I cut off the signal, but I promise I won't ever do it again from now on. I'm sure you'll get through this time. Yep, I'll ask Persica. Lenna hits the call button and the transmission goes through immediately. Oh, y'all there? 42? Shit, I didn't get through at all. Thought you'd all been rewritten by Paraply. Persica, I'm sorry. We'll talk about 40 later. Persica, we need your help with something. I bet you do. Let me guess. You're gonna deal with the virus? Yeah. So what's the situation now? I'm picking up dramatic changes in the new persona spawned by the virus. What happened to her? Is the viral data starting to fuse together? She seems to have absorbed all the junk data. We're concerned about approaching because it might affect 40's data too. Yeah, if we let her go like this, Leva and 40's neural clouds might get overwritten, right? So how should we deal with her? Got any ideas? Let me think. Actually, looking at this data gave me an idea, but I'll need a volunteer to do an experiment. Persica glances at meaningfully at the UMP40. Huh? What do you want from me, Persica? The hurricane rages across the plains. 40 weaves between the wandering robots as she heads straight for the eye of the storm. Countless robots follow in her wake, but Lenna and Leva take them out one by one. Persica, is this close enough? No, get closer. UMP40 continues running ahead while Leva and Lenna keep pace behind her. Is this really okay? Any further and 40 might get sucked by that big umbrella. Even if you're trying to communicate with that girl, this is too dangerous. Given the present situation, there is no option that's too risky. And besides, 40 still has us. If she runs into problems, we'll help 40 take care of it. Yep, got it. Fortunately, Lenna's fears do not come to pass. Perhaps it's just because it's almost done absorbing data, but the hurricane section is much weaker than before, and UMP40 doesn't get sucked in even when she runs toward it. With Lenna and Leva covering her, UMP40 soon breaks through the cordon of the remaining robots and reaches the base of the hurricane. Countless data fragments are coming together in the gray sky. Between them, a huge, creepy, dark shadow has taken form. It seems to be the girl from before, but it seems somewhat, different. UMP40 raises her hands and frantically waves toward it. Oi! Hey! The shadow in the sky shifts as though in response to UMP40's voice. Don't you want to be with me? So, come here. Come with me. UMP40 points at herself and then at the shadow. I can keep you company. We can be together. The floating shadow remains silent. Hello, can you hear me? UMP40 starts waving her hands frantically again to get to the shadow's attention this time. This time, the shadow finally seems to get UMP40's meaning because it slowly approaches UMP40. Ah! Big sis, have you finally come to your senses? Yeah, we can... However, the shadow suddenly raises her hand and chops down toward UMP40. Look out! Oh! A creepy robot rushes toward UMP40 from beside the shadow. UMP40 frantically tries to roll away and counterattack, but another robot is already hot on her heels. Kinda vicious, aren't we? UMP40 opens fire and eliminates it. However, it's followed by another and another and another. More and more robots come into existence beside the shadowy figure, and at her command, they surround and attack 40. However, unlike how they couldn't do any real damage to each other before, UMP40 can distinctly feel the impact from their data this time. What's going on? Where'd the attacks from before? Oh! UMP40 stumbles, unable to avoid the robot's attacks. This is fun! This is fun! The shadow floating in the air giggles as she watches UMP40 scurry around below her. Do you like it? I prepared this treat just for you, my ex-sister. Unfortunately, you rejected my invitation. That means you can join them in my belly as food. Huge black spikes of data fall from the sky, plunging toward UMP40 as the robots attack her. Ooh! UMP40 barely manages to evade the spikes, but the robots attack her again. 40! Persica, how much longer? Hang on, I'm still analyzing her. Leva, Lenna, stop supporting her and back off. Let 40 handle this by herself. 40, keep drawing the girl's attention. But isn't that really dangerous? Got it. UMP40 fires her gun as she engages the attacking robots by herself, but just as 40 clears away the enemies around her, more and more robots fall out of the sky. While she's still shooting, UMP40 is starting to look visibly worn out as the robots continue attacking from all sides. There are several times where she just barely miss her. Ugh! 40! I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Lenna watches nervously from the side, and she almost makes a move until when UMP40 is nearly struck. However, Persica yells at her. Lenna, stay back! But 40! Persica, what are you doing? And how much longer do we have to wait? Persica doesn't answer. She only studies the screen intently while typing rapidly. It's okay. I can still hold out. UMP40 manages to smile cheerfully at Leva from inside the pack of robots. So relax, Leva. Just think of yourself as my guardian angel this time around. Trust me, the battle will be over soon. Oh! 40! While the rational part of her knows Persica must have some reason for doing all this, Leva finds herself subconsciously taking a step forward anyway as she keeps her eyes trained on UMP40's form. Leva's hands curl up in the fist as she watches 40's petite shape rolling, shooting, ducking through an endless horde of enemies. Was this how 40 felt in the past whenever she watched her fight? All she could do was wait outside the battlefield and watch. Any support she could give was limited to Leva's neural cloud, but a real battlefield is a truly dangerous place. 40... If we get through this, I promise that next time, we're going to truly fight side by side in reality. After who knows how long, Persica finally speaks over the comm channel again. Alright, I finally figured it out. 40, you can fall back now. No, Leva, Lenna, you guys move in and help 40. Huh, what? Well, she's still confused about what's going on. Lenna has already rushed in. Leva follows closely behind her and helps support UMP40. The surrounding robots are swiftly cleaned away once the three of them counterattack together. Now that she has some breathing room at last, UMP40 asks Persica a question. Whew. Thanks. So, what exactly was going on back there, Persica? Oh, it's the paraploid virus binary mechanism. Leva and 40's actions ended up activating the paraploid virus binary mechanism. Binary mechanism? What is that? Simply put, the paraploid virus has a hidden base layer mechanism. The baseline command for the paraploid virus is to rewrite the host neural cloud. If the rewrite isn't successful, the virus command will keep running. In other words, if the previous batch of instructions terminates unexpectedly, the paraploid virus will issue a new command to replace the old one. The previous batch? Are you talking about 40? Yep. The UMP40 discovered in Lenna's level 3 was the initial virtual persona generated by the virus. This persona was supposed to overwrite Leva's neural cloud, but it unexpectedly ended up inheriting 40's personality, and its mission became to protect Leva. Therefore, the neural rewrite was temporarily halted and Leva could coexist with this virtual persona. However, after Leva was attacked and her neural cloud was damaged, the excess redundant data generated a second virtual persona from the paraploid virus. In other words, that girl. Thanks to the characteristics of the paraploid virus, the rewrite order triggered again, and the extra data began affecting Leva's neural cloud. And so 40 sealed my core away to protect my neural cloud. Yep, that's right. Given the changes of that persona's data, both the girl and 40 sorted out similar forms of data that originated from the paraploid virus, which left both sides unable to attack each other. Naturally, she treated 40 as a friend and instinctively tried to get close to her. Oh! No wonder she kept trying to talk to 40. But she didn't seem to be treating 40 as one of her own just now. Was that because of the binary mechanism? That's right. Once the accumulated paraploid virus data has reached a certain level, the girl, as the latest spawn of instance, replaced the previous 40 in the command hierarchy. She then received new orders and proceeded with the viral rewriting task. Meanwhile, 40, as leftover from the previous batch of instructions, was no longer classified as part paraploid and just became junk code. Thanks to this binary mechanism, the UMP40 persona is no longer considered part of the virus. That's why the girl's attacks on 40 were effective, and why 40 is now free. I'm free? That's right. Normally, dolls infected by the Preamble virus are quickly overwritten and their neural clouds are either burned out or fall under control of Preamble. However, the fact that both 40 and Leva were resistant to the virus rewriting was what finally triggered this obscure hidden mechanism. In any case, all this was thanks to your efforts. Well, they do say these so-called miracles are the result of accumulated hard work. Is that what you meant, Persica? Perhaps? Persica pauses and smiles faintly before looking toward UMP40. However, the most important thing is I need you to congratulate you, 40. Since your designation as part of the Preamble virus was removed and you are now considered junk code, I managed to extract all your data that was originally entangled with that girl while she was attacking you. Wait, Persica, does that mean? It means that from now on, you're no longer part of the virus. What? Wait, really? So, does that mean 40 and Leva are... Yep, is exactly what you think. Once you get rid of that bratty persona, the parts of Leva's neural cloud taken over by the Preamble virus will be completely cleansed. In other words, we can solve Leva's and 40's issues without having to reset our OGOS system. What? Whoa, 40, look out! You shouldn't be spacing out on the battlefield even if you hear good news. Wait a minute. So, I don't have to die. Is that right? UMP40 is still shooting, but her tears won't stop flowing. Leva slides into place beside her and sees off the enemies in front of her. That's right, 40. But first, we have to deal with these annoying pests. Yep, that's right. From now on, we can't let that girl mess Leva's neural cloud up any further. Leva, 40, let's go. So she's the boss. She was at the end of one of the, Ew. Leva, will we really be able to see the ocean when we reach the outside world? Sure we will. However, we gotta deal with this problem first. Yep, okay. Ah, they don't, and they don't let you use Lainie. Lame.
效果满分，了解。
Do I have a physical doll with me? I can. It's not the same. Fuck it. Let's go.
你将永远迷失在这里。
是白笑的声音哦。
I'm gonna end that
指
there.
令是
I'm just gonna give you a little zap.
珍惜还活着的时候吧。
感谢。
Kaboom! The huge sinister shadow shudders under the trio's combined attacks, and in the end, it swiftly crumbles into myriad small fragments that rain down on the neural space. As the rain of fragments falls, that creepy and savage form returns to its original form. The girl looks at UMP40 and lunges at her with fangs and claws bared. Why, baddies, I hate you all! I want to live, I want to... Before she can finish speaking, the girl's body completely disintegrates into data fragments. They sparkle like mirrors before transforming into thousands of butterflies that flit lightly through the air. UMP40 numbly reaches out and touches the butterfly-like fragments. They feel... cool. It's like touching the lingering remnants of a storm that has spent itself or someone else's tears. Alright, well, congratulations are in order now, 40. The problem that's been bothering you and Leva for so long has been solved once and for all. Her all gas system does not have to be reset. I'll do the final cleanup in a bit and get rid of the remaining Preamble virus data in Leva's neural cloud. This might cause your neural cloud signal to vanish for a bit, but once it's done, you can exist as an independent neural cloud and continue living with the others. Provided you're alright with it, of course. UMP40 stares dumbly at the communication screen. She stares at her. She opens her mouth as though she's about to speak, but nothing comes out. Oh, wait. So you haven't realized that yet? 40. I've finished marking your data. What I'm saying is that the problem with the Preamble virus has been completely resolved, and there's no need to reset Leva's OGOS system. Also, if you're willing, I can extract you from Leva's neural cloud and give you your own body so you can live independently as a doll. So, you want to accept 40? UMP40. I am. Of course I'm willing to go through with it. UMP40 raises a hand, trying to wipe away the tears that won't stop falling. I've always wanted the frame and a name of my own. I wanted to live like a real independent doll, to fight by everyone's side, to go to the amusement parks and experience all the things I've longed to try for so long in this narrow space. But I never thought a day like this would really come around. Not once. Leva, can I really do this? UMP40 tugs on Leva's hands. You made me in the past and gave me the identity of UMP40's ghost. But after I leave your neural cloud and get my own frame, I won't ever be the UMP40 of the past, right? And I won't be able to share support with you from inside your neural cloud like before. Will it really be okay for me to exist like that? Like, as a real me and not a substitute for UMP40? Is it really alright for someone like me to live in the real world? Of course it is. Leva smiles faintly. The truth is, I've probably been looking forward to this day more than you have. 40, both you and the real UMP40 are replaceable to me, you know. And I don't want to lose any more of my friends. While I already said goodbye to UMP40 and that beautiful dream just now, I hope that going forward, you'll continue to travel with me. As yourself, and not UMP40. Leva. UMP40 presses her hands tightly over her eyes. Data fragments fall from the sky, gathering on the ground like drops of rain from a great storm. Then, they slowly come together in a digital screen, an ocean of the clearest blue, the azure waves lapping around Leva and UMP40's feet. Looks like all the redundant data has been completely fragmented. I can fire up the clearing program now. Ooh. As Perska hits the enter key, UMP40's body starts turning transparent. Hey, 40, in a while you'll... Say, Miss Perska, since everything is on that side is pretty much wrapped up, I have a few more questions for you. Could you start by taking a look at the report I just sent? Okay, fine. I'll be hanging up now. See you later. The transmission ends and the air goes quiet. As UMP40 turns more and more transparent, she looks at Lenna and Leva and smiles. I didn't expect that I'd really get a chance to start a new life like this. This is wonderful. We can fight side by side from now on, 40. As she looks at the sobbing pair, Leva pinches her forehead in resignation. Surely a touching moment like this would be better Marco's smiles, don't you think? What about... Hey, why don't we come up with a new name for 40? After all, you have to live as your own person from now on, you know? I suggest getting Lenna and her superb naming sense to come up with it. Sure, I'm down with that. Lenna picked your name of Leva. Not really, it's supposed to be Leia, and it sounds great. Really? You want me to choose your name? I mean, both the past 40 and the present 40 are really important to Leva, so is it appropriate for me to do it? I don't think it's inappropriate at all. Leva gently knuckles Lenna's forehead. When I almost lost myself in that sweet dream, it was the name Leva that brought me to my senses and told me that I was no longer UMP45, stewing in my past. The name Leva is a precious gift from you, Lenna, so I want you to give the same gift to 40. Leva. Lenna's tears fall unbidden as she gazes at Leva's smile. Was I really that important to you, Leva? Of course, you little dunkov. You've always been a precious little sister who's been supporting me all these years, after all. Leva. Lenna throws herself into Leva's embrace. UMP40 draws closer too as she wipes her tears away. When you're like this, it makes me want to cry too. Lainie. I think it's pronounced that way. Lenna looks up from Leva's chest. She wipes her tears away and looks intently at UMP40. How about calling you Lainie from now on? Lainie means torch, or bright shining light. That's because I hope you'll continue to light our way forward like a torch from now on, 40. But more importantly, it sounds like Leva and Lenna, so that way we'll be like a real family. Huh. Lainie. UMP40, or rather, Lainie's voice trails off because her eyes are brimming with tears again. She smiles, nodding vigorously at Lenna. As the three of them smile through their tears, they embrace each other tightly by the end of the... God damn it.
我的表现不错，那是因为指挥官调度得当嘛。
As the three of them smile through their tears, they embrace each other tightly by the side of the Azure Sea until Lainie completely fades away. And there she is. Portrait. Wraith Reborn. Banish all distracting thoughts and light the way forward. Last one. When you kill the enemy, you also kill your weakness. I heard Leva's neural cloud was damaged after that encounter with the mysterious doll in the underground lab. How's she doing now? You heard about it too, Commander? Lenna smiles and gives me a practice nod. Don't worry, the matter's been settled. She's getting her new frame debugged over at Lebanese' place. What? Leva said yes to changing her frame? Yeah, she did. If you're interested, why not head down and see for yourself? Kana puts me through to Lebanese. Lebanese is in the lab where she's tightening a bolt for Leva, who is inside the maintenance capsule. Kelly, what brings you out of here nowhere? Lebanese, the commander was concerned about Leva. Could you put her through? Sure thing. Lebanese turns on the communication screen to Leva. She looks at me and waves a smile. Yo, Commander. It's been a while. How's my new frame look? Leva rotates her arm and Lenna frantically pushes it down from beside her. Leva, don't make any big movements. The debugging isn't done yet. Still, your new frame looks really cool. What do you think, Commander? It definitely looks more stylish than before. Wait, huh? As I run my eyes over Leva's new frame, I notice something in the distance, far behind the maintenance capsule. A doll who looks very much like Leva is standing there talking to Persica. For some reason, she seems a little familiar? The doll seems to have realized what I'm looking at her because she's in front of the screen and waving merrily at me. Hi, Commander. It's been a while. Wait, actually, no, that's not right. I think this is our first time meeting in real life. Our first time? In real life? Oh, wait, you must be... Allow me to introduce her. This is Lainie. She's been living in Leva's neural cloud until a couple of days ago, where she was separated from Leva by Persica. Oh, so that was you. It really has been a while. How does it feel to have a body of your own? I feel so happy being able to meet everyone in real life. Unfortunately, I'll have to say goodbye to everyone and go back to the lab with Persica. So soon? Yeah, I'll be bringing Lainie to the lab. Persica strolls over with a coffee in hand. I didn't even want to come all the way here to pick her up, to be honest, but then Dan and I went about how we couldn't let an OGAS system doll run around unsupervised. Still, speaking of Dandelion, she's been contacting the Elmo pretty frequently as of late, hasn't she? Say, would you be interested in taking Lainie in? You've got Dandelion keeping an eye on the Elmo, so why not let her stay there for a bit once your neural cloud and frame stabilize? What? Can I do that? I saw all kinds of things about you when I was in Leva's neural cloud. I'd love to visit the Elmo if I got the chance. Wow, if you're gonna visit the Elmo, I want to go too. Leva can come along as well, right? That way, we three sisters can all be together again. If I go as well, wouldn't our poor Colleen be stuck doing all the work by herself? Oh, yeah, that's it. I guess it's no go then. But I don't want to be separated from Leva or Lainie or Colleen or the Commander. Can we all just stay together forever? We'll be meeting up in Elva soon enough. That'll solve most of your problems, won't it, Lenna? Still, sending Lainie over to the Elmo is quite an interesting idea. What do you think, Commander? You are all most welcome to come to the Elmo. That includes you too, Colleen. Of course, that'll probably have to wait until matters in Elviv are taken care of. When the time comes, why don't you join us too, Persica? Huh? Please, no. It's not like I haven't been there before, and I'm not interested in painting a target on myself as I wander the countryside. Lainie can go by herself. It's a deal then. See you on the Elmo, Commander. Sometime later. After last of the kinks are finally worked out on Leva's new frame, Lebanese gets to her feet. Right, should be fine now. You just need to get used to it. You just need to get used to how it handles and feeling conditions. What do you think, Miss Persica? Looks right on my end too. Persica nods, then turns to look at Lainie. Alright, let's go then, Lainie. Huh? We're leaving already? Lenna tugs somewhat reluctantly on Lainie's hand. Lainie smiles and rubs Lenna's head. Oh, it's not like we'll never see each other again. I'm just going to Persica's lab for observation. You can just call me anytime you miss me. Leva walks over and pats Lenna as well. And besides, we'll all be seeing each other again on the Elmo. Right. Alright, then you have to make sure you keep in touch with Leva and me often, okay? I will. Alright then, Lena, Leva, I'll be off now. After waving happily to them, Lainie heads outside it with Persica, with Lebanese trailing it behind the ladder. Miss Persica, when will we be coming in again? I've got a lot of reports around here on 3rd Gen doll neural cloud research. There are a few things I need to ask you about. Reports, you say? Didn't you send them me a while back? I sure did. Have a look. Lebanese holds her terminal high as she leaves the room. Lenna waves non-stop at Lainie. Bathed in the bright sunlight, Lainie shrinks into the distance. Just before she completely disappears from Leva's view, her tiny silhouette suddenly turns back and waves to Leva. Leva raises her hand too and waves to Lainie in the distance. The sunlight is still pouring down. Its brilliance seems to illuminate everything, past, present, and future. That little figure in the distance, or perhaps the darkness sleeping within the abyss. As Leva looks toward this receding shape, it feels like she's looking at a distant, sunnier, and higher place. She clenches her fists without saying a word. 40. Please watch me. I'll make sure I keep the promise I made with you. Five-hour event. That was so good. That was retardedly good. I loved it. That was so good. That was sick. I'm happy about that. All that. Oh man, I'm happy about that. Holy shit. Alright. I think I'm just gonna speed run all this.
开整。准备就绪。
叫我吗？
收到。
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna complete all this in one go.
准备就绪。逃得掉。引擎已激活。尽快结束。前进。接下来的目标是。
Yeah.
准备就绪。来了，收到。准备就绪。
Oh, you guys picked up a bad day to move up.
引擎已激活，尽快结束。前进。庆功宴，整点啥好呢？ 前进。
叫我吗？
收到。
撕裂吧！
前进。任务结束，一起回去吧。
That was so fun, and I'm so sad that I wasn't able to. I was so sad I wasn't able to.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
Well, minus the stream, of course. But oh man, I have a lot to think about after this. Oh look, it's the boss fight. That's not. No, that's no longer the boss fight.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
Alright, GG's. Buy some stuff up. Unfortunately, I have no pulls ready for her. I literally do not have any pulls for her because I lost a 50-50 for Romistina at the very last moment. That shit was tragic. Pretty good. Well, I guess I do have one pull. But she's kind of useless unless if I get her V3. I do like the symbolism though with her having like a the whole like amusement park in the back. It's so nice. All right. Throw some more pulls. She's a really cool unit, but oh man, fine, fuck it. Out of respect. Out of respect, I'll grab her, or I'll give her a 10 pull. Man. And I just got a gun instead. How amazing. Okay, well, GG's. That was good. That was amazing. It was kind of peak, like straight up. I'm not gonna lie. That shit was peak. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally pull a UMP. Well, I didn't get anything new, so dismantle. What's this? It's new. Was it this? I don't know what it was. Free gems though. Did anyone pull any? Oh, they did. Look at that. Okay. Let me see if I can get her blue weapon at least. I don't know. Because I'm not going to be able to own her, unfortunately. I just got another gun. What the fuck? How many pulls do we have right now? 6? But let me see if I can get myself a UMP40. It'd be interesting to get like a blue weapon. I'm not getting it. I'm getting a little nervous. Oh man. Am I gonna get bit in the ass for this? Okay, I probably should stop. I'm losing all my shit. Alright. We will call it there. Convert, because Nemesis is going to be coming a long way from now, so we won't need to actually worry about that. And then I'll just dismantle some. Let me see. Maybe the better way is to go about her weapon instead. But that's not really gonna do anything for me. What else is on here? Details. It's a shame that she has no synergy with the other UMP girls, though. He does crit damage from this fucking thing? What the bug? Give me like another purple. There we go. I was looking for it. Pulling for a blue weapon. Jesus Christ. Okay. Make sure I don't lose that. It should be this one. There we go. Details. Enhance it a little bit. Alright. All the way to the right. UMP40 versus UMP45. It's literally just the magazine length. That's so funny. And the sight post. GG's, we are out of here.